too hard, don't stand too close, you gon' fuck around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I can get paid. Bad little fire, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she get straight. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie getting made. Jump too hard, don't stand too close, you gon' fuck around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I can get paid. Bad little fire, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she get straight. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie getting made.
I'm not in competition with my homies, I'm whipping in competition in the boat. I knew my opposition never knew me, they wouldn't be opposition if they knew me. I made a proposition to my hitters, I told them knock it down if you owe me. I did the side round, hit the feeling we moving. Got pounds in the 40, them niggas got knocked down, we was holding my own, yeah, I'm now, so we own it. I was like 16 with the leg on me, give me the feel like a spot water. Running the 15, niggas screaming me when they got real, try to slide on it. I made some hands with they guys on it, we keeping it real, niggas now. Feel.
Got a lot of blood and it's cold. They keep trying to get me for my soul. Thankful for the women that I know. Can't go 50-50 with no hope. Every month, I'm supposed to pay her bills and get her what she want. I still got like 7 years of doing what I want. My dad still got child support from 1991. Out of town, people love to pop a lot of shit and come around. Word of Flacco Jody, he done seen us put it down. That's never cool, upset.
FYF Sports, man, it's Lamont. We back. We got to talk about it, just like with a lot of these topics, man. We got to talk about it. LeBron James and the disgraced UFC fighter who has labeled some allegations against not just LeBron James, but against a myriad of other athletes. And now we've seen people like Vibestar in the chat people like Vibestar in the chat, y'all. He's been seeking validation for a lot of the things that he's been saying or potentially been saying negative about LeBron James. So in seeking that validation, all it took for him was for anybody to say this allegation. It didn't matter who it was, why they said it, what their motivations were behind what they said. They were just going to run with it as if it was factual. And see, today, and what we like to do is, look, I'm not opposed to believing that this might potentially be true. But if you are going to label these types of accusations on a player like LeBron James, you got to come with facts to support it. You got to drop names. You got to drop times. You got to provide some level of credibility to what you're saying, especially if you're somebody who had a history of hate towards LeBron James. And that's what we're going to get to today. Right? Because even when he was on that podcast and the guy asked him to elaborate on it, he refused to elaborate on it in any detail. Rap Guy Reloaded said Carcino dropped a LeBron hate video. You know what? This is what Carcino typically does. People who hate LeBron are going to run with this without fact checking it. Again, if he would have came with facts that supported it, I would have dropped a video simply saying, okay, this is how we now need to view LeBron James. He unfortunately didn't do that. And then on top of that, when you look at the man's history with LeBron James, I think you have to ask yourself, okay, where is this stemming from? If he's willing to make these types of allegations against LeBron James, does he have an ulterior motive? And when we've heard other people talk about it, like Ticket TV, like Elder, anybody else who's talked about this, they all claim he don't have a reason to lie. That's what they say. They say he doesn't have a reason to lie. And I'm thinking, okay, if you've done any real research, why would you say that? And once I started digging into this, doing real research, the one thing that I quickly saw is that this disgraced UFC fighter's beef with LeBron James stems all the way back to 2013. And it stems back to this particular incident right here. And it's an incident that TMZ reported on first. TMZ reported on it first, but told a different story. And then we see the disgraced UFC fighter. He came back with his own story and version of events. So TMZ, while at a party, TMZ was at this party taking pictures. All the stars were there, athletes and things alike. And TMZ noticed that there was a woman at the party by the name of Brittany Sonnen who was simply fawning and gawking over LeBron James, following him around, laughing and smiling at everything he said, just in his face, just being overly flirtatious. At the time, her last name wasn't Sonnen. At the time, she was just the fiance to the disgraced UFC fighter, Chael Sonnen. But she was at this party fiending and fawning over none other than LeBron James, who at the time probably was one of the biggest athletes on the planet, if not the biggest. And so when TMZ reported on this story, which now that story seems to be taken down, when TMZ reported on that story, this is when Chael Sonnen began targeting LeBron James. Right? And when TMZ spoke to him about this particular incident, because obviously he was then looked at as a simp. How you at a party and your girl's at this party and she's fawning over LeBron James? He came up with a new allegation. This is the first time he labeled an allegation towards LeBron. This is what he said. He said, this guy LeBron walked up to my fiance backstage and asked her if there's a tic tac in her blouse or if she was just happy to see him. This is what Sonnen said to Bleacher Report back in 2013. He says it wasn't her fawning over LeBron, it was LeBron fawning over her. He even alludes to LeBron walking up to her saying something sexually suggestive and disrespectful. A very average white chick, LeBron James, goes out of his way, this is what he says, to go up to his fiance and say the cringiest, corniest joke that we've ever thought about, that you could ever think of. He says LeBron James walked up to her and said, is that a tic tac in your blouse or are you just happy to see me? This is what he claims LeBron James said to his fiance in 2013, right? But he only made these allegations after TMZ slammed him for being a simp, publishing an article talking about how she was fawning over LeBron James at the backstage event of this party. And from this point forward, this is when Chael Sonnen began his tirade of just going at LeBron James, saying things about LeBron James, making up odd stories about LeBron James that absolutely didn't make any sense. Right? He even made up a story, y'all. He even made up a story basically saying that, and this is what he told to Bleacher Report. He made up a story saying that LeBron James, and y'all go look this up. He said LeBron James was standing in an airport. He says a mother with the kid in the wheelchair wheeled her son up to LeBron James, hoping to get an autograph. He said that with his own two eyes, he saw LeBron James take the wheelchair from the woman, roll the little boy out of the way, and then walk past as if he didn't have time to give the little boy a signature. And this is when he publicly said, this is when he publicly has said, whenever I see LeBron James, I'm going to slap the shit out of him. He's going to own up to disrespecting that little boy in the wheelchair. Now, this is the second very odd and weird allegation that he's made towards LeBron James. And it got so bad that the UFC had to intervene. And once the UFC intervened, Chael Sonnen released a statement saying that he was able to patch things up with LeBron James. So it says former UFC title challenger Chael Sonnen, who's been carrying this. Look, y'all, this was reported in 2013. Chael Sonnen has been carrying on a bizarre one-sided feud with, look, again, y'all hear the words, one-sided feud, all the way back in 2013. A bizarre one-sided feud with NBA superstar LeBron James. Fans can rest easy now, as Sonnen is claiming that he and LeBron James have patched things up. And him and LeBron, they did not patch things up. UFC intervened and they just said, leave it alone. Stop trying to go at LeBron James, making up these weird stories, going on these late night shows with these very odd stories that are not true. Stop doing this nonsense. He's been doing this since 2013. And it's all because of his odd attachment to a 304. He's now married. He was embarrassed. And as you guys also saw in the clip that I played, if you listen to the things that he was saying on the Jim Rome show, he wasn't saying anything related to basketball. He's sitting here crying. I don't like that he won a championship. Why did they call him world champions? He's a dork. I'm going to punch him in the mouth when I see him. Why back in 2013 was he so emotionally connected to LeBron that he wanted to fight him? And so now, all of a sudden, after he's fallen out of the realm of relevancy, a lot of people are saying, okay, why would he say these things now? It's just kind of odd that he would say these things now and coincidentally have a book coming out where he alludes to potentially talking about these things in detail. So it sounds like it's a potential marketing ploy, simply using the name and clout of LeBron James to garner more sales for a potential upcoming book. So when we talk about the motive that people have behind the things that people say, because there were a lot of people on other platforms who failed to do any real research into this particular topic. A lot of people were saying, well, what's his motivation? He don't have no reason to lie. Oh, he works for ESPN. He's worth $10 million. What he gonna lie? This is why. And the craziest thing about it is that when we look at some of the things also that have trickled down. So when we go back to, and I want to talk to you guys about another very odd connection. I want y'all to think back. Think back on a story that just recently came out. And this was also kind of regurgitated about 2 years ago. The narrative that LeBron James was cheating on his wife. If you go back and dig that up, right, when he did his speech after he passed up Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he talked about she's the true all-time leading scorer. Well, what did Chael Sonnen do? Chael Sonnen went to a smaller YouTuber's page, right, by the name of Carmen Ortega, and he tried to reveal to her that LeBron James is not only just doing PEDs, but he's been cheating on his wife for his whole career. And this is something that Carmen Ortega and Sophia Franklin, the Sophia with an F show, both said. But this information came from a corrupted source in Chael Sonnen. He's been the source of a lot of this nonsense. And we got a guy in the chat that says Chael has receipts. Chael has receipts. Okay. Where are the receipts at? Where are the receipts at? He has receipts, but ain't produced nothing. He had, again, this is not about trying to vindicate LeBron James and say, oh, he's not on something. This is the fact. This is the fact that you have somebody since 2013 that has been making slanderous statements against LeBron James any opportunity that he gets, so much so that the UFC had to tell him, leave it alone. You're in some weird one-sided beef with LeBron. He's not responding to you. He's not talking to you. He has nothing to say to you. You keep making these very odd accusations. You're making up stories. First, you try to denigrate him as a champion. Then you try to say he's ignoring kids in wheelchairs at the airport. Then you make up this fictitious story that was already proven false by TMZ. You make up a fictitious story saying that he walked up to your fiance and said, are those Tic Tacs in your shirt? Or are you happy to see me? Craziness right there. And so then we got to talk about, okay, he's never failed a drug test. There's no documentation that supports any of the PED claims. So then we have to question, okay, does the NBA even test enough? How well does the NBA test its own players? Well, the NBA is part of an anti-drug program, the NBA and the NBA Players Association. They've increased the amount of testing that they do on their players. So now we have to talk about, okay, how often are the players tested? When are they tested? How are they tested? Okay, so now we got to address, okay, well, when we read the CBA, it says that players are tested 9 times a year, 9 random tests per year, each season, which would include in season and off season. It includes 6 urine tests and 3 blood tests. According to somebody on the Olympic Committee, they said it would be impossible for any player in the NBA to successfully pass that many drug tests within a 1-year period if you were doping using EPO. And why did they say it would be impossible to pass a drug test using EPO? Because they say EPO traces are left in your bloodstream for up to 2 years. EPO stays in your system for up to 2 years. Now, there are some people, because this EPO drug, it is a medicine that's used for people with kidney issues, increases your red blood cell count. So LeBron James, according to Chael Sonnen, if we want to take what he's saying as fact, LeBron James has successfully been able to use EPO, a drug that stays in your system for up to 2 years, while surviving up to 9 random drug tests per season for the last 20 years. And then we see a guy in here that brought up Lance Armstrong. Well, see, the reason why I don't want to bring up Lance Armstrong, and also why you shouldn't either, is because we don't know how frequently he was getting tested. Nor do you care how frequently he was getting tested. Right? He was a cyclist. How often do cyclists get tested? Do they get tested 3 months before the event, 2 months before the event? Do they get tested a month after the event, a couple months after the event? One thing we do know about the NBA and Josh says the NBA testing is a joke. The funny thing is in an interview with someone on the Olympic committee, they don't say the NBA's drug testing policy is a joke. They say it's one of the best in sports. So when I have somebody, Josh, who says the NBA's drug testing policy is elite, and you in the chat say it's not, what makes you credible? Are you going to be able to hit the link and explain to us how NBA drug testing is a joke? Have you spoke to an NBA player who's been drug tested? Have you spoke to an NBA player who's taken potential performance enhancing drugs and they're explaining to you how they beat out the test? Or are you just saying that because you have a disdain for LeBron James and you just want to believe the things that Chael Sonnen is saying? Vibestar, if you say that there are articles that say that, then come up here with your sources. My sources are right here. I put everything that I needed to say is on the screen, and everything that I said as far as the NBA's drug testing, you can go search it. It's out there. I've named every source here. I put all the articles on the screen. It's the people in the chat that just say things and y'all run with it. Like I keep telling y'all, the reason why a lot of people in the chat, Vibestar, a lot of people in the chat think it's so impossible for LeBron James to be in the shape that he's in without performance enhancing drugs is because they sit at home and look in the mirror. They see how out of shape they are. They see how out of breath they get when they're walking up and down stairs at 33, 34, 35. They think it's impossible for LeBron James at 38 to be doing the things because they're comparing it to themselves. They're not comparing it to somebody that's actually been putting in work for the last 20 years. He says EPO blood doping. I want y'all to come in here. If you know more about EPO blood doping, I want you to, when I drop the link, don't disappear. When I drop the link, I want you to hit the link, come up here and actually talk about it instead of spam the chat. That's all I ask. Like, I'm not putting no crazy. I'm not blocking. I'm not timing nobody out. I'm just asking you if you know so much about it and if the information I have is not credible, which I've cited all my sources, then why don't you come up here? Why don't you come up here? And come on, Kobe, you got to stop spamming the same thing. Don't spam the same thing, right? If you're going to say something in the chat, I mean, you got to have something better to say in the chat other than just using Control V and copy and pasting the same thing over and over. Come on, have a little decorum in the chat. I know you're a chat warrior, but have a little bit of decorum. Wahana says, Lamont, what gig is up? If y'all consider Chael Sonnen credible, why is he credible to you? Okay, the source to what? A11 Gravy. Here, actually, this is what I'm going to do. For anybody that doesn't think the information is credible, I want you to hit the link and I'm going to bring you on the panel and then we can sort through all of the references and things that I have. So I'm going to give y'all opportunity to come up individually because then I want to compare the information that I have that's out there on record to the information that you have. All right, so let's do that. We're gonna bring y'all up, and I'm gonna give you time to explain your case, cite your information, cite your facts. So again, here you go. The link is in the chat. I'm just telling you right now is this when I see this right here, this was published back July 19th, 2013. UFC's Chael Sonnen patches things up with LeBron, former UFC middleweight title challenger. This is from the UFC's website, has been carrying on a bizarre one-sided feud. So a lot of people are crying about LeBron James not responding to this guy. LeBron James has never responded to this guy since 2013. The UFC called it a bizarre one-sided feud with NBA superstar LeBron James. That's how they described it. So I want y'all to explain to me, like I want y'all to listen to this story that Chael Sonnen, and it's 30. I see you in the backstage. Look, I want y'all to listen to this story on this same article. This is what it says. Sonnen claimed, right, that he saw a mother wheel her handicapped child up to LeBron to get a picture, Sonnen said. LeBron was walking toward them. When he reached the kid, the mother stopped the wheelchair. LeBron took the wheelchair, wheeled it out of the way, and kept walking. And that's when Sonnen said, I slapped the divots right off his face. Then he says, but that's all in the past now. Chael's he said he's looking forward, not looking back. This is the stories that he's saying about LeBron James. He's been doing this since 2013, y'all. Like, people say, what's his motivation to lie? Nobody knows what his motivation to lie is. He's been doing this with LeBron James since 2013. I mean, if we're going to believe the PED story, that means we have to believe this wheelchair story. And that means we also have to believe the allegations that he labeled against LeBron involving his wife, right? It says Sonnen claimed that LeBron James walked up to Brittany Sonnen backstage at a UFC event and asked her if there was a Tic Tac in her blouse or if she was just happy to see him. He also claimed James was rude to a handicapped child. And that's the story that I just told you guys. But he only made these claims after TMZ published an article that she was fawning over LeBron and it was vice versa. It just kills your credibility when you have a track record of close to 10 years making up stories about LeBron James, and then now in 2023, you say something about LeBron James, and we're supposed to believe you now. You say you have evidence, but you didn't produce any evidence. People asked you to produce evidence, you still haven't produced. But now people are calling for LeBron James to respond to this guy, a guy that has been antagonizing him since 2013. See, this is why the guy that came on Ticket TV's channel the other day talking about this particular topic, this is why he made a very good point. He said, y'all asking LeBron to do what y'all not even willing to do with other YouTubers, in referring to A Weezy Bang. He says, y'all asking LeBron to respond to smaller athletes on smaller platforms who are obviously lying or whatever. You asking LeBron to respond. But when it's your time to respond, when you get called out by people like A Weezy Bang, you get to crying and say, oh, they too small for me to respond to. I can't respond. See, and that's where he killed him right there. You asking LeBron James to go jump in the mud with somebody that's been antagonized. The thing is, that's what Sonnen would want. The only reason he would be antagonizing LeBron for 10 years is because he wants LeBron to acknowledge him. That's what he wants. He wants LeBron to acknowledge him in some way, shape, or form. LeBron said, I'm not acknowledging. When the allegations came out that LeBron, when the YouTubers, there was pretty big YouTubers, when this woman YouTuber, even a model came out and said, LeBron James is cheating on his wife. What did LeBron James do? Did he have to come out publicly and say anything? No, he ignored it. Let's keep it moving. We're not going to give it no energy. See, a lot of people only see and at the end of the day, y'all, the only thing that LeBron James can actually do if he addresses this, he'll just say, I'm not doping. And what more do you want him to do? What is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to pull up all his medical records, every drug test that he's taken with the NBA, and then start putting it on a StreamYard, showing everybody, all right, I took this drug test this day and this time. Here's another district, right? When I go to the gym, here's my trainer right here. He's supposed to go through all of these hoops and everything just to prove to y'all he's not on PEDs. That's what he's supposed to do. All because of some disgraced ex-UFC fighter King David, there is no smoke, though. You say where there's smoke, there's fire. You got to show me the smoke. Because what I'm showing you with Chael Sonnen is you say where there's smoke, there's fire. Well, he has a track record of making up allegations against LeBron James, King David. If your policy is where there's smoke, there's fire, then you should have that same policy and energy with Chael Sonnen, who's had a history since 2013 of making up allegations on LeBron James, so much so that the UFC had to step in and tell him, stop with this fake one-sided beef with LeBron. That was back in 2013. So you can feel like where there's smoke, there's fire. Have that same sentiment with Chael Sonnen, who's been literally making up allegations, making up stuff with LeBron James since 2013. Daniel McCutcheon says jaw surgery in 2009. What about the jaw surgery in 2009? You tell me about it. What about the jaw surgery in 2009? If you're going to just say silly stuff like that, at least hit the link and give your medical analysis on why you think that particular surgery connects him with PEDs. Y'all say stuff and y'all don't even know how to explain it or describe it yourself. And then when I actually get to digging and doing research on it, a lot of times I just simply find out that you just either made it up or you have nothing. Okay. He says jaw growths. Okay. Now, all you got to do is show me proof of LeBron with these jaw growths and everything. Just show me. All you got to do. I'm just waiting for one person to come up here and explain this to me better than I've already researched it. Because y'all literally talking to me as if I haven't done more research than you. But King David, I expect you to say that. I expect you to say, if he's doing amazing things at 38, he's on steroids. It's just so funny how when Jordan scored, 50, 55 at the same age, it was just because he was great. It wasn't because he was on steroids. I mean, when Jordan did it. Kendrick, I don't even know if that's true. Because I promise you, if I go digging up information on LeBron's jaw surgery, it's probably not going to have anything to do with what they're saying. Y'all just make stuff up, and nobody's hit the link. I got two people in the backstage. I'm going to go ahead and let them in. But the people that I'm literally asking, look, if y'all have information that we don't have, this is a panel where you can actually add information. You can add a level of credibility to what you're saying by coming up on this channel, giving us information. Can you do that? Let me let these guys up. We got Sturdy, we got Chris D, and we got Jay. I just want
LeBron on PDD, dog. LeBron on PDD.
Okay. All right. Now, this is what we're going to do for you, Jay. This is what we're going to do. LeBron is on PEDs. Now, question number one. What is your background on PEDs? Why are you a credible reference and talking point when it comes to PEDs?
Okay, I'll say this. Okay.
What do you know about PEDs that we don't know?
I'll say this. This is okay. I was trolling, but this is my realistic take on the situation. I'll say this. I don't think we should assume that he's on PEDs without any valid evidence. But I will say the source that accused him of it, I do think is a valid source considering the other players that he has exposed. Now, I think that we should run with the narrative of that being a case, but I don't think we should just rule it out. Because what I think you're doing, Lamont, I think you're questioning the source, but the source is not a bad source. We've seen him expose players before. Lance Armstrong, these players, these talents that we've seen that we question, and he's exposed before. So it's not like it's just blasphemy for him to call out LeBron and accuse him of taking PEDs. It's not blasphemy at all.
Okay, so when he said Lance Armstrong was on PEDs, he did not expose Lance Armstrong. It was already discovered that Lance Armstrong was taking PEDs because he failed a drug test. When John Jones, when it was discovered that he might have been on PEDs, he did not expose John Jones. A picogram of something was found in his bloodstream because of a drug test. So all of the people that he supposedly said were on PEDs were discovered because they failed drug tests, not because he opened his mouth and exposed this whole system. He just regurgitated information that we already knew.
But Lamont, I would agree with you. I would agree with you if he wasn't one of the first few sources to release that information.
He wasn't one of the first sources.
He was one of the first few sources. Not saying he was the first. He was one of the first few sources to come out with that statement. That is a fact. That is not my opinion. That is a fact.
What statement?
That not John Jones, but Lance Armstrong was on PEDs. He did correct fails of drug test, but there were not a large mass of reporters coming out and saying that. He was the one who really truly broke the story to the public. That's when it went known, when he came out and said it. So my point is, yes,
that's not.
You're
true.
correct. That's
when did he say it? When did Chael say it?
No, there's no look.
Lamont, let him answer that question.
No, we're just gonna get straight to the facts because I'm not gonna sit here and go back and forth with misinformation. I'm just gonna tell you what the information is. We're not gonna go back and forth with misinformation. Chael Sonnen was not one of the first people to break information about Lance Armstrong. That's a lie. It was broke by LA Confidential. There was a massive doping investigation done by the United States into him. And after a long investigation, it was discovered, man. We're talking about one of the biggest doping investigations in history. It was not jump-started by no Chael Sonnen. All he did was say LeBron is taking the same type of cocktail that Lance was taking. He did not break any news on Lance. We knew Lance was doping because he failed a test. He's not breaking any news.
I just also want to give context. LeBron is my GOAT. I love LeBron, but I'm also
this is not about the GOAT conversation.
No, but I'm saying the reason why I'm giving you context is just letting that be known is because I see people in chat saying I sound like a LeBron hater. No, I'm just giving you context for that being the case. I have nothing against LeBron. It's one of my favorite players ever. But I'm also open to the fact that I think that people love the players so much that they also are in denial. Like I feel like you can still value.
This is not about if you like or this is about the credibility. If you're gonna open your mouth and say this, well, the thing is, let's say me and Khalil know each other for 10 years, and for 10 years, it seems like on January 1st of every year, I come out with a new lie about Khalil. But then, after 10 years, on that 10th year, I say something like, if you have a track record of lying on a person, the next time you say something about a person, why should I look at you as credible? He has a track record of lying on not just athletes. He has a track record of, more specifically, lying on LeBron James.
So why doesn't he show up for defamation? Why wouldn't he show up for defamation? By this point, if he's pulling out pushing narratives, and if we're having this talk on this conversation right now on this podcast,
this is everybody's problem. Y'all think that it's always like y'all think LeBron's innocence or guilt is based on how hard he comes out publicly and fights this. LeBron's weapon of choice in most of these allegations, whenever they come up, whether it's cheating, whether it's doping, whether it's anything, LeBron's weapon of choice has been silence. This has been consistent with everything. Anytime somebody comes out and says something crazy about LeBron, you know how LeBron James responds? Silence. I don't respond. I'm not.
But he responds to the media all the time. He always has.
Like y'all keep saying he responds. Chael Sonnen is not the media. He's a disgraced UFC fighter.
What? Okay. Now he's not the media.
No, he's not. He's not the media.
Lamont, I'm gonna re-say it again. I feel like you didn't hear what I said at first. The first thing I said was, I am not going to run with the narrative, and I am not saying that he did take any PEDs. That is not what I'm saying.
Your mic is all messed up, bro. We can barely hear what you're saying.
Yeah, your mic is messed up. My thing is, see, a lot of people are running with this as if I'm saying innocence or guilt. I'm saying you ain't even credible enough to be speaking on LeBron. This could have came from anybody else in the world but you. It came from the most least credible. This would be equivalent to Ticket TV breaking the news. You're not a very credible source when you spent over 10 years making up lies on LeBron. Literally, the situation with his now wife, that was a lie. The situation with the kid in the wheelchair, that was a lie. The situation, him spreading rumors to podcaster that he's cheating on his wife, those were lies. And then now this, but now we're supposed to take this. Now you're supposed to be credible in this.
You don't hear me? You can hear me, right?
Yeah, your mic is still messed up.
It's still messed up, bro. You need to like bag out reset your phone or whatever device you use.
Let me go. I said what I said. TV. Your thoughts on this, man? Like people trying to turn this into let's defend LeBron. It's not. We're attacking Chael Sonnen's credibility. I honestly don't care about the LeBron James aspect. His credibility's in the mud right now. He has no credibility to say these things based on his history of LeBron James. So why are people running with this as if he don't have any ulterior motives or history with LeBron James when he does?
Just the way you broke that down, Lamont, before you let us on the panel, when you was reading off what Chael was saying, when he said that little corny line that he said LeBron said to his wife, "Can I get the Tic Tacs out your shirt?" or something he said. You're excited to see me. Just that alone right there just tells you what these people are paying attention to right now. It makes no sense, man. I believe that if the Bishop Don Magic Juan came out and said that LeBron was a pimp, these dudes would be on YouTube talking about LeBron's a pimp. It's like anything about LeBron that can create some type of, narrative or controversy, these dudes gonna run with it, man. So until I see some evidence, until I see some proof, this just a waste of smoke, man. Waste of time.
I agree. I was gonna say, because right now it's a whole bunch of he said, she said nonsense, and I'm not with none of that. Like you need like clear cut concrete evidence that like all this like documented saying, hey, LeBron was using PEDs on this day and this time. Like I need actual evidence. Otherwise, it's all just he said, she said. Because we can even go back in history through a lot of your favorite players that was accused of things that your favorite player clearly ignored. Do y'all remember the accusation with Colin Cowherd with Kobe Bryant? I believe in 2014 when he had the surgery on his knee, he was alluding to the fact that Kobe Bryant may have used PEDs for his legs for a surgery that he had. And y'all want to know what Kobe Bryant did? They ignored it because it wasn't true. If it's not true, there's no reason to even talk about it to begin with. So if guys like Kobe Bryant could ignore accusations like that, and we got guys like this guy speaking bad on LeBron James for his whole PED use, then I don't see why he can't just ignore like everything else. He's ignored Skip Bayless all this time, so it shouldn't be no different here.
Hey, what's good, Lamont? How you doing, brother?
What up, Mahari, man? What you got on this?
Just a little quick thing here, man. Special Olympic basketball season is back, man. I'm back working, back grinding, back coaching, back playing again, bro. So just got my first practice in today, man. So I'm happy. So I'm pumped up, ready to go, man.
That's what's up, man.
Thank you, brother. Now, I just want to say one thing, though, bro. Like, I need people to do this thing here, okay? And I know Lamont already did this already. And Sturdy knows Chael Sonnen from the top tip of his finger. You have to research who Chael Sonnen is, what he's done in the past, and more importantly, his transgressions. Do you guys know that he almost got into jail for, I think it was basically for some property illegal stuff. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's. I'm not sure what it exactly was, but I think somewhere in that vicinity. Hey, Sturdy, do you remember that?
No, not that one.
Not that one? Oh, okay. I think it's something in that between, but I'm not too sure. So don't quote me on that. But the thing is that Chael Sonnen history has been pretty much shady, from domestic violence through various drug tests that he's failed, through all the racist comments he said, even to John Jones, Anderson Silva, talking about the fact that he was talking about Brazilians and all that. Like, bro, this dude has been shady this entire time. So why would anybody in anybody's mind would take anything credible what Chael Sonnen says, because the thing is, what he's trying to do, and like what Lamont's been saying, he's just trying to seek clout and attention from LeBron. And unfortunately, LeBron's not going to give it to them. Why should he? Because at the end of the day, he knows it's not true, and he knows if he responds to it, he's basically belittling himself. So, listen, what LeBron doing is right. He's just ignoring the thing and just not even acknowledging it, because that's all he wants. He just wants attention. Just like how George Cole is, even now, when he talks about Carmelo Anthony, every time, either on Twitter, on radio, every single time you hear George Carl's mouth, it's just nothing but venom and racism coming out of his pores. That's just what it is. That's all you need to do. Just ignore the stuff and move on. That's all you got to do.
See, but this is also narrative talk. I think that's another thing. Because just by watching the game, I mean, and I don't, not LeBron hate, but I feel like it's fair to question something that we've never seen before. We've never seen somebody that old playing at that high of a level. So for you to question that, I don't believe that. If you want to say the source is bad, fine. But I don't understand why it was the issue to question so. Considering we have players like John Morant doing dunks in games and getting tested after, when John Morant is getting tested for PEDs in seasons more than LeBron James.
No, he's not.
Yes, he
No.
is.
LeBron was tested 9 times last year.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the max.
Just
That is the
stuff,
maximum amount of times you can get tested in a season.
Like, do you read or research anything? You just come on a panel and just say anything. That's the second time you've been wrong already.
This season, not last season.
Okay.
It don't matter, bro. He just tested regularly.
You think he just started EPO this year?
These
allegations, he said LeBron has been on EPO for years. LeBron last year alone was tested the max amount of times that a player can be tested in a season. That's 9 times in season mixed with off season. That's a lot of times. That's 6 P tests, 3 blood tests, and he passed them all.
But listen, I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, Lamont. We gotta question it because hold on, Lamont. We gotta question. Lamont. We gotta question it because remember, he's playing at a high level at an old age. We can't hold to the same standard as Floyd when Floyd was winning multiple championships as an older athlete. We can't question Kareem. We can't question Kareem winning Finals MVP at the same age as LeBron, if not older. We can't question Tom Brady winning Super Bowls at an older age. LeBron, nah, Lamont. We can't question those antics. We only can question LeBron. Because LeBron apparently is the only person around that age is doing great things in the sports. LeBron is the only person, the only GOAT that's been accused of PEDs ever, right? That's why we only got to question LeBron.
I think the whole league is doing it.
The thing is, it's not just LeBron though. That's the thing. Like, it's other players in the past. Like, even like Kobe Bryant. He was accused of using PEDs twice in 2011 and 2014. So I'm just saying, it's not like any all-time great hasn't.
No, see what it is, bro, is that these people, they want LeBron to be guilty so bad. Like, just listen to these people on the panel, like this guy here, and then you look at people like this King David and this Kobe dude. Like, listen to everything Lamont just broke down. For one, they don't listen well. This dude, Chael Sonnen, is a known. This is all public record. This dude is a racist. He a drug cheat. He ashamed of his sport. He a woman abuser. And these dudes still talking about, well, maybe he got some level of credibility, even though he got a history of lying on LeBron specifically. Let's still question what he said just to make sure. Like, listen to how stupid these dudes are.
Thank you.
Like, these dudes are stupid, man.
Hitler
can come out. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. Hitler can come out and say that LeBron did something, and they would believe Hitler. Like, that's how dumb these niggas are, bro. And that's what's wrong with our race. That's what's wrong with our race as black people. You got a known racist tearing down one of our greats, one of our wholesome dudes in our community. And they'll still believe that racist. Like, you niggas is pathetic, man.
Thank you.
Pathetic as fuck, bro. And sorry I cussed them out, but I'm done with this shit, man. Like, we got the most pathetic race of people on the planet, bro. Pathetic, especially black men.
Let me let Jay respond. Let me let Jay respond. Go ahead, Jay.
I have a question. Yeah, once again, can we I keep saying over and over and over again. I never questioned and I never said LeBron was doing anything. But Lamont, I have a question specifically for you. If LeBron was, let's say LeBron was, once again, he's not. I don't know if he is. We're going to move with the thing that he's not because he hasn't been guilty. If he was, with LeBron being the face of the NBA and the person who draws in the most money, don't you think the NBA would try to sweep it under the rug, similar to how the Celtics did with the Ime Udoka situation? We've seen situations get pushed under the rug by the NBA. So why wouldn't they do that for their number one player? I'm talking about market wise.
Well, the one thing we know is that it was the Celtics that tried to sweep it under the rug, not the NBA. Obviously, the Celtics wanted to keep that in-house, which is even what Stephen A. Smith said. Stephen A. Smith said, I've heard of these situations when you're talking about relationships, infidelity happening with teams all the time. And he says it generally stays in-house and it doesn't get to the public. So that's common. That happens all the time, according to Stephen A. Smith. He said he knew of plenty of incidents that he didn't want to speak on. So that's not the NBA hiding something. That's a team trying to keep their organization looking clean. I understand that. Marketing, business, that's what you're supposed to do. When it comes to something like this, everybody keeps talking about the NBA sweeping stuff under the rug. We live in a day and age where social media exists, where people leak stuff all the time. If a scandal of that magnitude, if something like that were to get swept under the rug, it would get leaked out. The documents would get exposed and the NBA would look bad. The NBA would be better off if something like that happened. They would be much better off just addressing it head on. LeBron James is at the end of his career anyway. To suspend him now, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Dish out the punishment so you prevent future incidents with your young stars and you move on. But it does them no good right now. It does them no good right now to try to sweep something like this under the rug. That makes no sense. These stories actually, it makes no sense for the NBA to do something like that.
That's not what they want their eyes on for the public in general.
Okay, but the thing is, the NBA they've already partnered. They partnered with a drug program that tests their players up to 9 times a year. If this is something that runs rampant, if a lot of people are just saying, "Oh, I think a lot of athletes are doing it," like Chris said, well, how come other athletes aren't commonly getting tested positive? Are they sweeping cases of the 14th and 15th man on the bench under the rug too? Is they just not telling us about it? Like, what's going on? Because the last time I checked, the last few players that got caught doping or the last few players that got caught using drugs, they're either kicked out the league or facing long, lengthy suspensions. That's the last time. Like with the one player, I forgot, was it John Collins?
Yeah.
He got caught. He got a long suspension. It's happened. They didn't sweep it under the rug. They just suspend them and we keep it moving.
But you're naming role players. We're talking about the biggest draw in arguably in sports.
Okay. So, but what makes you think they're hiding it? What evidence do you have that suggests the NBA is hiding this, as opposed to just believing the information that you have on hand, which is that he's never failed a drug test, which is this guy who's making these allegations is not very credible, and he has a history of making up lies on specifically LeBron James. Just take the information you have and go with it. Let's not create information and say, oh, it's possible because of some wild conspiracy theory that I've made up in my mind.
I am agreeing. You keep missing the part. I keep saying it before every time I talk. I agree with what you're saying. We have no evidence, so we shouldn't run with the narrative. But I'm saying I'm going to say it again. If he did do it, the NBA would have a reason for trying to hide it. I never said he did it. I don't believe he did.
But the NBA, that would only make sense if the NBA had a track record of hiding things. They don't.
Actually, I have a question for the brother. Listen, in terms of ifs, like, we can't really assume these things, like you said, until we have concrete evidence. But my thing is, we can use the whole term if as much as we want to. But if there's no concrete evidence, I mean, I'll be real, there's not really much to really go off or even discuss.
Conversation. Majority of what we're talking about is an if, because nothing's been validated. If we don't have questions of this nature, there would be no conversation. So
but we can't live in the world of what ifs, though. That's my thing. I don't live in there. I live in reality.
But the only fact there is he passed his drug test. So it would be no conversation. There's no controversy. That's my point. So the whole reason this is a conversation is because of question. So I'm asking a question. I never said that I disagreed. I never said LeBron's taking PEDs. I'm not a ticket hater. I mean, I'm not a ticket lover. I'm not pushing no LeBron narrative. I agree with Lamont. The evidence says that LeBron has passed all his tests. They consistently test LeBron James. He passed all of them. I'm just saying we can't if we don't have the discussion, there would be no talk. I think Lamont would agree with that. If nobody's asking,
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, amongst all the discussions that are being had, no one's talking about the credibility of the person that actually made the claim. Like that means the most here.
That's exactly.
Like for example, let's say, I don't even want to use his name, but I'm trying to think. Let's say a player like Michael Strahan came out with these allegations. Kind of bit more credibility there than a Chael Sonnen, just because of his reputation, what he stands for, what he does, things like that. I'm just saying, this is a guy who has a 10-year track record of lying on LeBron. He's not the most credible guy when it comes to LeBron James. And then he tries to make himself sound credible by mentioning incidents or people that have been caught using PEDs as if he was the one that broke the story on them when he wasn't. The United States government, USADA, did an investigation on Lance Armstrong. John Jones got found out by the UFC. He made an allegation against Tiger Woods that's been unfounded and no proof or anything behind that.
Didn't he try to say Kobe Bryant too? And Stephen Curry?
He said Kobe Bryant and Steph Curry. Like, his credibility to me is in the garbage can.
None of these guys.
And Lamont, hold on, Clip, real quick. Look, that's the thing, Lamont. You giving way too much credit to the level of intelligence the masses have. The masses don't care about credibility. The masses don't care about fact. The masses don't care about empirical data. They only care about the narrative. What sounds good. Bro, Lamont, like, it's way more interesting to talk about if LeBron is on PEDs than just simply do your research of just 5 to 10 minutes proving that he's clearly not. It's way more entertaining, way more interesting.
Hold on. Somebody got to turn that 2K down.
Yeah. Sturdy understands what I'm saying. I'm saying what I'm saying is, Lamont, that's the reason. To answer Jay's question, that's the only reason why this thing is getting headline. Because LeBron is popular. He's a polarizing. He's literally, honestly, him and Floyd are the most polarizing athletes right now. That's why it's getting talked about. It's not because it's have any credence. It's not because of any of that. It's because it sounds entertaining. People in today's society are gullible, insecure, weak. So they will run. Thank you. Like, they will spend hours on something that's clearly a lie just to boost whatever fantasy they got in their head. Facts. Who know basketball can recognize that. So everything Sturdy is saying, I agree with. All I'm saying is, everybody on the show, I think, as of right now on the show, would agree that there's no evidence. So LeBron, as of right now, we will all agree he isn't taking PEDs. Correct?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
So
that is it.
Point. So I'm saying the only reason I'm saying these ifs is because we all have the same thought. So there has to be questions.
I don't.
No, I don't. Bro, I'm sorry, bro. I read books on my off time. I don't. When something is proven a fact, I leave it at that. Is move the hell on.
Yep.
I don't linger on like, what is if it's not really a fact? What happens if that makes no sense? It's impractical.
Yep.
Not even. Well, yeah. Again, not even that, but
although I agree that he's not taking PEDs, all I'm saying is, and hinting at, is, I don't believe he's taking PEDs, but there also may be reasons why, if he was, the league may hide it. That's all I'm saying.
But here's the thing, though.
But you create such a very big conspiracy there. Like,
right.
You know, now you're not only are you saying LeBron is taking PEDs, now you've created a completely new conspiracy that's even bigger, that now the NBA is taking part in hiding his use of PEDs. So now you've created a mountain out of a molehill of a story right there.
Hold on, but here's the other thing too. Here's the other thing. When people use but they say, what happens if he did this? That's an illogical fallacy, because at the end, that's basically feeding a false narrative. Because the only reason why people was that.
No, I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you. It's a false reality that will never
exactly.
exist.
Exactly, because the thing is, here's the thing: when people say, "What if?" If people say, "What happens at this?" No, you have to go by what the facts is telling you. But unfortunately, what H30 said is facts. People like to listen to false narratives because it sounds good, and they try to believe it as factual when people aren't willing to do the research themselves to see if it's actually legitimately fact. And that's why people can go on different channels all over YouTube and run with false narratives that people know are not true. And that's why I don't waste my time on people like Chael Sonnen, because Chael Sonnen is a racist, and more importantly, his credibility is completely dirt. So
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not wasting my time listening to, and I'm gonna say it the way LBC would say it. I'm not listening to a Dan Peckerwood who's a freaking racist. I'm not wasting my time on that. No energy in that at all.
And the brother that was saying, hold on, bro, real quick. The brother said earlier, where he talked about LeBron being as old as he is. I'm 41 years old, right? I got 2 full-time careers. I work over 18 hours every day, except for Sundays, of course. You know what I'm saying? I can still dunk.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to tell y'all. I seen Khalil in person, y'all. He looked like he's 27. He don't look. It's surprising. I didn't know your age until you said it the other day. That blew my mind that you even said that you was 41. That's what I'm saying. I've seen him in person. So for LeBron to be in the shape that he's in, it's just about taking care of your body. Because there are living and breathing examples of people. If you take care of yourself, you can be in just as good a shape. If you look at Brother Omari Juma, you got Khalil, you got people who stay in shape, keep their bodies right. It's not very hard to do. It takes a level of discipline that most people don't have. And that's why I always go back to saying there's a lot of people that are labeling these allegations on LeBron are people who don't know how to or don't have the discipline to take care of their own bodies. And that's why they put it on LeBron.
Most of them
don't. They don't have.
I work out. I don't smoke. I don't drink. You come to Cleveland and watch me dunk on you at 41. I will dunk all over you. So him getting up still at this age, and you got to think, bro, LeBron make way more money than I do, so he get the best of everything. Like, it's just that, like you said, y'all, a lot of y'all dudes don't work out and eat right and do all that stuff, man. So y'all can't fathom the thought that a man of that age is still operating on that level because y'all can't relate to it. Like, y'all can't even relate to me, bro. Like I told you, I work like at least 17, 18 hours every single day. I take one day off. And this dude's that's younger than me, that's in their 20s, that I have on my staff that burn out after working 2 16-hour shifts. These dudes be burnt out and be in the bed all day because they don't eat clean, they don't drink clean, they don't do nothing clean. All they do is party, drink, smoke, do all the unnecessary stuff, and then they wonder why I'm blowing by them at 41. Like, y'all, like, if you don't know what you're talking about, then just shut up. But don't say nothing.
Another thing I want to say, though, that I feel like need to be said while having this conversation. Honestly, and this is the issue with the new media we live in. The fact that we're having this conversation is already an issue because I love basketball. I want to talk basketball. I don't want to talk narratives. And ESPN is pushing narratives that we're ultimately having to talk about. Like, I understand why you would question the source. I do. Because I don't fully believe the source. I did say that, and then Lamont said it. I mean, he also came out and said that other places exposed him before. I want to reiterate the fact that I never said he was the first to do anything. I just said he was one of the few, quote, few that started off that narrative. But I feel like, I mean, when we have to have these LeBron conversations, these narrative conversations, I just feel like that's exactly what they want. I feel like that's what the media wants, and I just feel like we're giving the media exactly what they want. And I also, to you, with that 41 narrative, I work a lot of hours on my job too, but I don't believe that it's because we don't think it's possible. I just think that in the history of the NBA, that doesn't happen. And also, you don't play 82 games in seasons and play postseason runs. You're playing at the park, so it's not the same. It's nowhere near the same.
I'll give you that.
So I'm gonna say, hold on. I want to get. I got some. I got some. You pass the mic. Let me just say this real quick. No, I ain't really give my take. I ain't really give my Chael Sonnen take.
Go ahead.
I've been following and practicing MMA for more than a decade. Nobody in this channel on this panel watch more Chael Sonnen than I do, and I'm letting you know, even in the MMA communities, he's not even fully credible in that with these types of allegations. I'll put you like this. I'll put it like this because y'all not gonna care about what I just said. I'll put you like this. Let's play this game. Say if LeBron was on PEDs in today's society, you really think that information will not be able to get out? The last scandal we seen, quote unquote or situation we seen, where Draymond Green with the Warriors, when Draymond knocked out Jordan Poole, everybody in the organization in that room was like, this information cannot get out. But what happened? Less than 24 hours, it got out. So you really let's play this game. You really believe if LeBron was actually taking PEDs, that information would not be out there already? Something that's been there for 10 years? Hold on, Rob. This not the first, and this will not be the last allegation that LeBron was accused of PEDs. So you telling me information like that would not get leaked at all?
Talking about HIPAA laws, Sturdy. That's a different ball game.
That is different.
Laws. It's a different ball game.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
violations.
But that's a different ball game.
Steroids is not medical, bro. That ain't no.
Yes, it is.
No, that's medical.
Yes, it is.
No, that's medical, G. Unless he failed.
No, he's actually right. It is medical. Yes.
Bro, illegal steroid use to not fall under HIPAA laws, man. Ain't no way.
It is medical.
Bro, yes, it does. No, I used to work in a call center.
Hold on.
That's like illegal drug use falling under HIPAA laws.
Y'all all know my story when I told you that a chick put what was that, K2 in my weed, and I lost numbing in my hands. I went to the hospital, whatever, and the doctors gave me a steroid injection.
This dude,
Ralph, we don't know the story. We don't know the story.
This dude, Cody 824 said LeBron been busted in 2011 in Miami. So why ain't he kicked out the league then, Kobe?
Hey, Kobe 824, bring your punk ass out here and get this work then, idiot.
He ain't gonna come in here. All he do is stay in the chat.
Story sometimes on True Channel about the K2 situation.
He keeps spamming the same thing over and over and over.
For LeBron to be protected by HIPAA laws, it will have to be literally a medical doctor giving him the steroids and injecting them, and then he's hiding it. If this guy said, Chael Sonnen said his drug guy. He didn't call him no doctor. He says my drug guy is the same drug guy as LeBron's. He ain't protected under no HIPAA law if he's taking illegal drugs.
Whatever the doctor's selling on the side.
Now, what would be protected under HIPAA laws is the information connected to LeBron's surgery. So when people say that his jaw surgery was connected with PED use, well, since he went to a real doctor and was in a hospital, well, that information is going to be protected. But you're talking about illegal steroid use in that some trainers probably injected into you. You ain't protected under no laws there. Come on, man. Wisdom Wars, you got a lot of feed coming out your mic, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and get your take while you got that feed going on.
Can you hear me clear, or is there a lot of breakup still?
No, it's no breakup.
No, we can hear you clear.
It's just
you just got clicking noise.
All right, let me change it from the head to this.
Let me get
what
the
about
Bears
now?
season. Yeah.
Yeah, clear now.
Yeah, you good.
Okay, yeah, so how I feel about this, two things I want to say. The first thing being, anybody that's truly entertaining this, deep down they want it to be true.
Exactly.
They hoping that it's true. So they can tear this guy down.
Cool.
You know, basically, they just want to tear LeBron James down, so they want it to be true. And also, LeBron James is a high-profile black athlete. One of the top-ranking black athletes that we have in society. The white media will not be protecting this man. They're waiting for him to mess up. Like, they're just waiting. The first opportunity they get, they'll expose LeBron James. So if LeBron James was actually doing PEDs and all that, this bin would have been exposed. Ain't no hiding blood tests or throwing away drug tests. He would have been got exposed. We've seen athletes at old ages dominate. We've seen Michael Jordan come off the couch, drinking alcohol, smoking cigars, dropping 40 at age 40. Nobody said anything. Everybody just had their mouth open in amazement. In the past 5 years of LeBron James' career, he's missed damn near over 100 games, bro. What is he taking that helped him? And it's damn near almost 100 games, bro. Like, he's breaking down right in front of us. But yet people think this man's on PEDs. So when was he on PEDs? In his 20s?
Don't make you immune to things happening to your body, right?
Yeah, but it does help with your recovery. It will help with your recovery.
Not all the time.
It will.
That's what growth hormone does. It speeds up your recovery.
It's always a side effect in the like drugs don't work always 100%.
All right.
No matter what drug it is.
All right. Well, like I said, let me go ahead and get to bear season. Bear season pulled up, man. Bear season, what you got on this? And somebody has a clicking noise going on, man.
Yeah, somebody playing 2K, Lamont.
Here, I'll mute. It's probably I think I got it right there. All right, no bear season, so it don't sound like bear season's active right now. We're gonna go ahead and get them off. Come on, y'all. Y'all gonna come up here. Y'all gotta be willing to talk, man. Well, y'all can't just be up here silent like that, man. But nah, look, y'all, what we doing is, I'm just saying, my biggest question out of all this is why when this came out, everybody just ran with it without even doing any credibility check on this Chael Sonnen guy. It's just they running with it. They say he's credible. They say he don't have no reason to say it. But when you actually do your research on it, you see a multitude of reasons that he has to say this. And one involving his wife fawning over LeBron James, and he has jealousy. He has a lot of jealousy from that point forward. From 2013 to now, it's been a 10-year beef that he's had with LeBron James that it existed.
I know why, Lamont. It's just more of a question on. Somebody said this early in the show. It's more of a question that they just can't see that LeBron put the work in and that he actually take care of his body, and he's actually just a supreme athlete that's able to play longer because he's taking care of his body. Simple as that. Like, that's too hard for them to believe. It got to be some type of conspiracy. It got to be some type of narrative. Why it just can't be that the man put the work in and took care of his body? Because he came in 2003. This is 2023. A lot has evolved in these 20 years. A lot of medicine, a lot of workout regimens, a lot of different doctors. Things evolve. Like, this not the times of the 80s and the 90s. And so many guys are just stuck in a time machine, and it's just frustrated that they can't grow up the game. They spend most of their time not enjoying these athletes and enjoying the entertainment that they provide for us. They spend most of their time trying to tear them down. And it's just real frustrating that these guys is running with these narratives like that. Just appreciate the man putting his work in, taking care of his body, and giving us entertainment. Why they got to be so hard to do?
That's true. But Wisdom Warriors, you got a lot of noise going on over there. I don't know what you're doing. That's why I keep muting you. Just unmute yourself if you want to talk, but you got a lot of background noise, so I'm gonna have to keep muting you.
What about now? What about now?
I mean, it's better now, but it keeps coming back for some reason. So whenever I hear them, I just mute you.
All right, cool.
But nah, y'all, look, it's just odd to me. And then here's the funny thing. When are people, we give so much energy to the negative things. What I think kills people's credibility, that really harping on the things that Chael Sonnen is saying, is they never speak on the positive things that come out about LeBron James. When somebody comes out and says something or makes allegations that are going to positively impact or affect what you think about LeBron James, there's no long podcasts or streams or long conversations about that. It's just the negative things that people say they have to come out and jump on.
He does it to himself, though.
What did LeBron do?
Did you see his Instagram post?
No, I didn't see anything that.
No. When he got the mask on and he's like in the animation of him in like a hibernation chamber.
Yeah, that's just a funny play off of Dragon Ball Z.
No, it's not. Come on, bro. You know what that hibernation chamber was wreck?
No, that's exactly what Goku did on Dragon Ball Z to heal up. He went into the chamber for a long time, came back out healed. It was just a funny play on that.
No, it's not. It's the same thing that they did to Michael Jackson. Oh, he's in there. He's in
What?
the chamber to preserve himself. Like, come on, bro.
Oh my God, bro. Y'all just be overthinking this stuff, bro.
It's not overthinking anything.
It was literally a play off of Dragon Ball Z, bro.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody watches Dragon Ball Z. When Goku got beat up, had to get into the chamber with the thing on his mouth to heal up. He sat in that thing for a long time, trying to heal up. And then when he came out that thing, he started whooping people. I mean,
you get like 12 to 15 years of training in a year. That's what that thing was for, basically.
Yeah, it's like come on, man. Like, it's just a funny play on word, like on a picture, bro. That just means he feel like he gonna come back bigger and better than ever. Why would you take that and you say he does it to himself? That means basically he can't post nothing without y'all overthinking it. That's what social media is for. Like, most of us use social media to post. Like, if you look at my community posts, half the stuff on the community post I post, I don't believe.
There's always a truth in something that you do, no matter how you put it, bro.
All right, so I'm gonna post $1 million. I hope there's some truth. I'm gonna post some money. I'm gonna post all type. Hopefully there's some truth in all the stuff I post when I start posting it. Let me drop the link. A couple people in the chat was asking for the link. Let me drop it real quick.
So when you said pray all blind and activate and all that, nobody else read it in anything.
Oh, that people overreacted to it and tried to turn it into something it wasn't.
About it.
I made a stream about playoff mode activated. No, not me.
Go live, yo.
I might have went live. I didn't make a stream about LeBron James saying playoff mode activated. Ain't no way. I would have remembered it. I didn't make no stream. I can't even see myself sitting down thinking that'd be a good topic to talk about. I didn't do that shit. You got to find that one and remind me.
You got to believe something.
What is him saying playoff mode activated? What's so wrong with that?
I'm saying you gotta believe something up, because this is the story that you did the most of currently.
What you mean? I'm not understanding what you're talking about, Ralph.
This is like our third day on talking about this. You believe it?
I haven't done a live on this yet. This is my first live on this topic.
We literally talked about it last 3 shows.
I literally just did all the research on Chael Sonnen this morning, and I'm dropping it right now. I didn't talk about Chael Sonnen's credibility yesterday. A lot of y'all are making this more about LeBron. I'm making this more about
Sonnen. What do the credibility got to do with the messenger?
It has a ton. It's one of the reasons why in court, if you're going to be considered an expert witness, you have to meet a criteria. You have to be credible in a certain field of study for you to even be trustworthy to speak on certain things. So, if you say you were eyewitness, the prosecutors have to sit you through a deposition to hear you out to make sure that the things you're saying are actual credible before they put you on the stand in front of a jury, because they don't want you up here credibility matters in every walk. When you do job interviews, when you go to school, credibility matters in everything that we do. So all of a sudden now, when this guy makes these claims against LeBron, I'm wrong for checking his credibility, because he's been a proven liar and he's lied about LeBron James. He's been making up lies about LeBron James since 2013. He said LeBron walked up to his wife and said, "Are those Tic Tacs in your shirt, or are you happy to see me?" Like, now, who believes that? He said he saw LeBron James move a kid in a wheelchair out from in front of him and say, "I ain't signing nothing for you. I ain't taking."
If LeBron James did that, bro, every media outlet,
that's blowing up everywhere. Exactly.
Y'all think I'm lying? All you got to do is go look it up. This is the stories that he out there saying.
I said that sounds like a lie from him.
But I'm saying, hold on. But Ralph, he said, "Well, okay, Ralph. How come you don't also believe those stories? How come he ain't credible there? Why are you not slamming him for being mean to little kids or talking crazy to women?"
Like a lie.
And how does if he sounded like he lied in multiple stories prior, odds are in this particular story that he's doing what?
This not he's not the first guy that ever came about this. You've been hearing this since he was in Miami, Lamont.
Well, we're talking about Sonnen.
I
No,
understand that. The allegation's been around since Miami.
Well, again, LeBron's not the only player that's ever been accused of using illegal substances. Like he's not.
I ain't never had no basketball players on that list.
Chael Sonnen himself named Kobe and Steph Curry. By the way.
No. I'm talking about 2013.
That's fine, but Kobe had two different allegations in 2011 and in 2014. So what are you saying?
No, we did not have no.
He
Yes,
did.
he did.
Yes, he did.
No,
Yes, he did.
not.
Yes, he did.
Bro, no,
He has two different allegations.
You might not
do
like
that.
Y'all idiots didn't know what stem cell was.
That's
one of them came from Colin Cowherd,
y'all
someone who you probably
y'all
listened
didn't
to.
pay attention in high school, junior high, and all that. Y'all ain't know
Oh
what
my
stem
goodness.
cell was.
Oh man.
So we went from 2023 to 2013.
Come on,
now we
bro.
got to go back.
We're
to
just
when they was in
talking
high
about
school.
accusations. That's
That was
all
no
we're saying.
accusations. That's something that y'all made up in y'all inner circle.
Colin Cowherd
got a
literally
time
has a
machine.
podcast from which he was talking about Kobe Bryant after he got the healing from his knees or the surgery, that he made accusations that Kobe was on PEDs. I will literally post it. I will post it. I will post it. I will post
Colin
the
Cowherd
podcast.
was out.
You can go watch it yourself. You can go listen to yourself. Go listen to yourself. I'm not going back and forth with you.
Hold on. I can read it right
yourself.
here.
No,
It says right here. Hold on, Ralph. I'll read it for you. It says
man.
Colin Cowherd.
No.
It says 10 years ago, Colin Cowherd accused Kobe Bryant of using PEDs, and this was on Colin Cowherd's show.
Thank you.
When was
This
this
is
article
Colin.
date back, Lamont?
Huh?
When was that article you reading date back?
He ain't gonna
Well,
believe
I'm
it,
just gonna
man.
pull the podcast up. I'm just gonna pull the actual show up.
Thank you. Please.
So when he pull it up, then what you gonna say, bro?
He's still not gonna believe it because feelings. Yeah, your feelings.
So am I still capping? So am I still capping? All right then.
But Ralph, we're just talking about accusations. We're not talking about if the accusations were true or not. What we're saying is people, which some people might say Colin Cowherd is credible because he's a major media figure, but people in the media and people with a sizable following have always come out and made these types of allegations against other stars.
I'm telling you, as a Kobe fan, I ain't never heard them allegations.
I'm also a Kobe Bryant fan, and I'm telling
Hey, bro,
you,
didn't
George
Karl was like, hey, I wonder why Kobe's going to Germany or some shit.
Yeah, he kind of hinted at it.
Yeah, hinted at it.
That was in 20.
Wasn't
Yeah,
a straight up accusation though, but he hinted at it.
Man, but either way, man, like let's be real, man. If you taking what this guy's saying and running with it, deep down, you hate LeBron James, bro. The guy has zero credibility. Zero credibility. He's a hurt man. He's hurt that his wife supposedly gave LeBron James attention that another man would not want to see his wife giving another man attention. So, like,
that's what it sounds like to me. Because if y'all remember, LeBron James had went to the UFC fight when he fought Anderson Silva. He was front row, and what it sounded like to me that the wife was probably looking at LeBron a little way, and ever since then it's been on with this man with LeBron.
It happened It happened at a backstage event, and they basically just said, out of the blue, out of all the people there, LeBron just walked up to his fiance and said, "This is what he says." Like I'm put on the screen. He says, "If there's a TikTok in your blouse, are you happy to see?"
He's happy to see. Come on, bro.
That don't even sound like nothing he would even say.
Yeah.
And let me guess, there were no witnesses, right?
No, there were none. Yeah, there were none.
No witnesses for the wheelchair situation. No
the
witnesses.
The last time we seen a whole bunch of fangirls go after LeBron ran down as fast as he could down them escalators. Like he didn't want no part of them females. So I don't see how he would even get caught up in some bullshit like that.
Yo.
Oh, hold on. We gotta get Herm up here. Look. We gotta get Herm. Look. Okay. Herm
I ain't gonna lie, like the one thing
Hold on 1 second, Chris. Look, we got her. He says, "Let's destroy Chael Sonnen. Can't let the white man win. We always got to go at each other. Let's destroy what?
He destroyed
himself. Hold on. How are we destroying him?
That's what you need to talk about.
How are we destroying him by simply talking about the things that he's done? We're just talking about his track record. This is not destroying him. I'm just saying, before I take anything that he says about LeBron as credible, because when I was listening to a podcast that you were on, Herm, y'all were saying he has no reason to lie on LeBron, as if y'all have actually looked these things up. But when I go digging deep, 2013, he's had a beef with LeBron. He's had an issue with LeBron since 2013, since he claimed that LeBron James walked up to his fiance and said, "Do you have a tic tac in your blouse? Are you happy to see me?" And his obsession with LeBron was so bad that the UFC said he has a bizarre one-sided feud. Remember, one-sided. LeBron ain't even part of this feud. This is just his made-up arguments in his head. He says he has a one-sided feud. This was back in 2013. This ain't even recent, with LeBron James, right? Then he came out with the story that he saw LeBron diss a little kid in a wheelchair. Nobody else saw it. He only saw it in his imaginary world. See, he keeps coming up with these weird stories about LeBron. Nobody believes him. So why should we believe him now? So all I'm saying is, I need you, Herm, to come on here and tell me what makes him credible. Right? Because if you're going to run with the narrative that what he's saying is true, you got to convince me that he's credible in these matters. You can't tell me he's credible because he said John Jones and Lance Armstrong got caught using PEDs because they got caught by other means and other people. You can't now come after the fact and talk about it and try to use that to strengthen your credibility. You didn't snitch on him. You didn't rat him out early. You didn't do none of that. You can't talk. So hold on. Let me drop the link for Herm, because Herm is gonna help us out.
That's what Herm keeps saying when I listen to them talk. Like they keep saying, "Oh, he told on John Jones."
Herm.
Like, bro, like,
hey, Herm, hold on, y'all. Hey, y'all, look. Let me tell you. Let me ask. I got a question for Herm too, because I heard Herm say on the podcast too. He said, FYF. He said, "Yeah, I dealt with FYF already." When the hell did you deal with FYF without looking like a fool? Come on, Herm. Herm, I be laughing, man. You be running around saying the most comedic comments.
You called him a retard the other day.
No, I said he does. He has the mannerisms, and he starts to kind of act like that when you can't control him. Like if you was just on here, Ralph, and somebody was just talking, and then you just blurt something out. I'm gonna be like, damn, what's wrong, Ralph?
Sound like a Migos track.
But that's what he be doing. Like somebody be talking to be quiet, and then Herm would be like, "Oh, I'm like, Herm, goddamn, you messing up the quality of the audio, man. I don't want to keep muting you, man. But like, it's just like what you want me to assume. So you don't want to take me as a medical expert. So I'm not credible when I say that. When I say Herm is a retard, I'm not very credible because I'm just going off my very limited knowledge of his actions. So don't take me as credible. So I don't want to be like Chael Sonnen in that.
Where's the mother of this kid at?
Man,
no statement ever made.
Hey, hold on, Lamar. Yeah, hey, now someone asked me when I mentioned your name, someone asked it about you, nigga. So I told them basically, I said, man, all that nigga gonna do is put me backstage. I would tell the young advocate this shit. So I was just talking this shit, man. Hey, I'm
just messing with
fun. Oh yeah, I never take nothing personal though. I don't know why cats be making things so personal on this YouTube shit, but that's what they do. Like I said, I fuck with you. I mean, well, I mess with you. I'm not bad for cursing, but I mess with you, man. It just be all fun and games. End of the day, y'all, and we go at each other all the time. We don't never question the white man. We go at each other 24/7, be mad at one another over some taste. People gonna have a different opinion. Ain't nothing wrong with having a different opinion, but in this matter, Chael Sonnen should be forced to come up with some evidence. You dropped the bombshell, come up with some evidence. Come up with some evidence, man. If not, LeBron take every dime he got. LeBron need to take every single penny that he got. We're coming up with the BS that he came up with. That's all he got to do. End his ass. Just end him. Just end that nigga.
That's the
problem. Or that white boy. Cause I tell you what, if you do Tom Brady like that, Tom Brady gonna take his ass to court.
But LeBron has Chael Sonnen has been throwing false allegations at LeBron since 2013. LeBron just ignores them. LeBron don't care. It don't really affect LeBron. So why does he have to file a lawsuit, spend his hard-earned money, and waste it on a lawsuit for this man just to make the public happy? Just so y'all are basically say, okay, he has to be telling the truth because he spent his hard-earned money, time, effort, and energy in suing this guy, basically telling him to shut up. He has to do all of that. And for LeBron to do something of that magnitude, it's probably going to cost him millions because his time is valuable. He has to pay attorneys. He's going to have to travel to courtrooms. He's going to have to find the right jurisdiction, all this stuff. He has to spend millions just so y'all can walk away and be like, okay, he defended his reputation in court, so it's true.
Well, my thing is, he's been ignoring his ultimate hater and Skip Bayless all this time. Like, he's been literally saying all types of things about LeBron James, not attacking his personal character, but been going after him all these years. If he hasn't responded to Skip, I don't see why he would even respond to this either. It was just keep it real.
I got a good question for you, bro. Because I meant to ask you this the first time you brought up suing for defamation. This nigga left, of course he did. Anybody talking at Herm, when you get back here, you'll hear this question. For anybody that believes LeBron needs to sue Chael Sonnen for defamation, what case does he have to sue him for defamation?
He definitely don't have one.
No, like a lot of people don't know, defamation is just slander of your name. Is slander to your name to a degree where it costs you bread.
Yeah.
So what? Like, come on, bro. Like,
it would. Cardi B ain't need it, but she sued Tasha K.
Cardi B, bro.
What?
Ralph. That was Ralph. If you look in deeper, she wasn't just suing for defamation, bro.
Oh man. Bro, she talked about her kids and said she had diseases, bro. That is defamation.
No, Zach. So Ralph. Like I said, when you look more deep into it, she didn't just sue for defamation. Even the example that you gave, Ralph. If you tell a person like that, artist like Cardi B, who is accessible to the public, who wants to go on tour, a bunch of that, you tell them they got a disease that is affecting her bread. Now you affecting long-term contracts with certain venues.
Yeah, that's a fact.
He do the same thing. He can say, talk about Jersey shows or whatever.
Yeah, but
it's not affecting.
Here's the problem: is why does he have to do all of that for you to believe? But Sonnen only has to just say a few words. He has to say a few words that without proof, and y'all believe him. Like, y'all making for LeBron to be believable, he has to spend millions of dollars in his time. For Sonnen to be believable, he has to just say something on a random podcast, and it don't cost him no money or trouble. He could just.
It's not like he started the rumor, though. Like I said,
we're not talking about. But we're not talking about. And Sonnen didn't address other rumors. He didn't say I heard or I saw this from a Balco. He said, I have the same drug guy. I know what cocktail he's using. He said, I know these things. So he didn't provide any evidence to support the things that he's saying, the things that he says he said. He didn't connect it to any other issue, so I don't want to connect those issues to that. We're talking about what he said, what he knows. Can he provide proof of that? He didn't. And it just doesn't look good when he has a track record of doing all this slander towards LeBron. There was an issue that he had with LeBron and his now wife. He lied and said LeBron James did something with some kid in a wheelchair, ignored him, pushed him out the way, all types of crazy stuff. It got so bad the UFC had to say, stop with this one-sided beef with LeBron. You look dumb. But we're supposed to believe him now. His credibility is in question, Ralph. That's all I'm saying. His credibility is questionable.
Ralph, I think a better question is, how come no one, especially in these YouTube spaces, mentioned a guy who's more rich than LeBron, who's arguably just as popular as LeBron in his own in his own sport,
Tiger Woods,
just like LeBron? Why no one in these YouTube spaces mentioned Tiger Woods? Hey, Ralph, why is that the case?
Hey, are any of us in the golf spaces? You just talk basketball, football.
Yeah.
You don't know what they're talking about.
You know,
Right.
so
You
you saying
mainstream media level? I agree with you.
So you saying if Tiger Woods
Even this story
was
not
accused
getting
of steering, the reason why you don't care about him using Tiger Woods is because you don't follow golf.
Honestly, I don't care who uses steroids, but
He just cared about LeBron.
How does this benefit golf?
Because he's the GOAT of that sport. You literally denigrate everything he's done to get to the top by claiming that he's now on PEDs.
I'm saying how the way that it works in basketball, how do it work in golf?
I don't work more in golf because it's just you're not relying on any teammates.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying,
So if
what
you
is the
boosting
benefits
yourself
of
up,
that,
I mean,
of that enhancement drug on the green? Like what that drug do to give him a boost?
For one, he's had back problems. For one.
Well,
So,
what did the drugs do to give LeBron a boost?
Exactly.
And then you see golfers play longer than basketball players, so that's out of the question. When you talk about prime,
out of the question.
It is Phil
Yeah,
Nickerson. How
no.
old is Phil Nickerson?
No. What they do is when they get older, Ralph, they join the senior tour. They don't stay in the PGA with the youngsters who can drive that ball. No, the majority of them, when they get older, they can stay relevant because they'll just join the senior tour with the seniors. And they're not golfing against 25-year-olds who can outdrive them.
So why no
Ralph,
came
that's
up about
Ralph.
Serena Williams? And I was just
Ralph, that's their version of the big three. And they actually did it way longer than the big three. Like real talk, that's what it is. Like I'm being honest. And nothing too and Ralph, I know you don't know this, but actually Tiger Woods' longevity is just as comparable to LeBron. People forget Tiger. It might be longer. Exactly. To your point, it might be longer.
Came out like in the 90s.
Because he's been competing against grown men since he was just like LeBron, since he was a teenager. He was younger, actually, when he first competed against grown men.
And that's what I'm saying. Why the Williams sisters? You know, allegations came up about them. They longer than they prime than LeBron.
It depends who you talk to, Ralph, because a lot of people, the same way how people giving Chael Sonnen all this attention, no one's giving Jason Whitlock all this attention when he had the same allegations.
Exactly.
Same one. About the exact people you said. About Serena Williams, Tiger Woods, and LeBron, Kobe too. All that. But no one was given nowhere near the same amount of clout Jason Whitlock. Why is that? He's in the media. He's actually a former athlete. He's a former NFL player.
Maybe they on Michael Jordan payroll. I don't know.
Nah.
That's nasty, bro.
But a lot of people know this. A lot of people know this. Like, no matter how many steroids you can take, it don't teach you skill. There's no drug that can just give you skill.
Which is why I think that fighters like John Jones haven't been completely destroyed in his sport. I mean, you still have everybody in his sport saying he's the GOAT with the accusations,
make you focus, though.
with the test. What? So you saying he taking Adderall before the fight?
Wow. No. It's because one Lamont is the reason why John. He's not even considered a consistent GOAT, but the reason why he's in the conversation is because of his level of dominance. And like I said before, no matter how much steroids you take, it don't give you skill. As of the way he finishes, the way he performs is very skilled and high IQ. You can't get that no matter how much drugs you take. And third of all, I want to clarify this with Jones. Even though Jones, you're right, Lamont, he sued USADA for the picogram incident, but he got busted for steroids prior before and he got a shorter suspension because they literally said because of I forgot how they worded it, because he cooperated so well. And then the second time he got busted, he had cocaine in the system. Like we're talking about, like without those two things, he would have been considered hands down the GOAT. But he's not even in the MMA community. He's not even considered the consistent GOAT.
No, I'm not saying he's the consensus GOAT. I said there are many in his own sport. Many, like even Daniel Cormier, like Joe Rogan, many in his own sport that say he's the GOAT. Like they're still there, even with those incidents of the past that you talked about. They still say he's the GOAT. So it's not even about these organizations trying to hide it or sweep it under the rug, because and looking at other sports is really not going to change the narrative about who you are that much.
I think that's in general, like it's the same thing with Pacquiao. Like a lot of people, Pacquiao technically never got tested positive for PEDs or steroids, but it's just common sense is like, yeah, he was definitely on steroids. So it's like a lot of people like I think with combat sports depends who you talk to. Like some people care about it, some people don't. Me personally, in terms of PEDs in general in professional sports, I don't care if it's a non-contact sport or a medium contact sport. Sports like basketball, baseball, I don't care if you on PEDs or steroids. I encourage it. They would actually put out a better product. But again, in a sport that like you can put your hands, that your job is literally to inflict harm on another human being, like boxing, MMA. Oh nah, I'm not with that. I'm not with it.
What do y'all think the true intent is for all the people, whether it's YouTubers or people in some type of media, the people that are embracing the things that Sonnen is saying? What do y'all think they angle is? If they harping on this steroid allegation so hard without doing any other investigation into it, what's the true intent here? What are people trying to do with LeBron? Because it's not like he's the best player in the league anymore. Like I don't know why
he's still the most popular. He's still the most popular. It's for clout.
Still generate clicks no matter
It's
what.
not even that. Well, it's not.
It's not
money
grab.
Hey, Vibe Star, you got to hit the link and pull up, man. Like you keep thinking we're gonna come up here and kill you. I just want to hear your thoughts on this, man. Just hit the link, Vibe Star. We're not gonna destroy you, man. Just hit the link.
Well, my thoughts on that was, at least when it came to the whole allegation thing, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to even accuse them, especially if there's no concrete evidence. That's just my whole thing.
Hence the reason why nobody's talking about it, bro. Like the only people I've heard talk about this is YouTube haters, bro. I haven't seen ESPN, NBC, FS1, whatever network you want to name, bro. Like who I haven't seen nobody talking.
But it was posted in Sports Illustrated. I'm gonna keep saying it.
Sports is anybody besides Sports Illustrated talking about it, bro?
Nobody.
Nope.
Exactly.
You would think if it had any legs, somebody like Skip would jump on it.
That's what exactly, bro.
Maybe that's off limits.
No, it's not off limits, bro. You think nobody would want to expose LeBron?
Well, hold on, Ralph. The only things that are generally off limits is if they're not tied to facts or provable facts.
That's what I'm saying. They don't have the full story and all that. They just can't. You can't just run with a story because you're a news outlet.
Bro, they do it all the time.
No, they don't. They do
yes,
research.
They do.
Point.
So no, everything in Bleacher Report is true, bro.
If there was any concrete facts, somebody
every news outlet is true. Come on,
bro. They don't have no inside tips or anything. This boy is blatantly coming out saying it.
So why are people giving it credibility?
At least they have like an anonymous source or something concrete in case it falls back on the network and they liability. They at least like, well, such and such, you was at this place or whatever. Got some type of fact. You can't just run with stories, bro.
So why are you running with it then?
Exactly.
Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Who said I'm running with it?
You are.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
If you was on here yesterday, you would literally hear me say, I don't believe you on steroids, but you can't just say he's not, because we all don't know.
Yes, you can.
Hold on, but Ralph,
because there are no facts saying he is.
There's no facts saying he did or
until
didn't.
proven guilty.
No, hold on, y'all. There are facts here. So here are the facts. He's been tested more than most human beings. Most human beings on the planet will never get tested with steroids one time. Hold on, Ralph. Hold on, Ralph. Most human beings will never get tested for steroids one time. LeBron James last year got tested 9 times. That's a fact. And he passed.
Report?
Oh, hold on, Ralph. And he passed all of the tests.
Do you have the report though?
No, that's what was reported.
That's what was reported.
So now, Ralph, what you're doing is you're saying the NBA tested him, but I don't see the NBA as credible if they say he tested negative for all of this stuff. So if you're going to say that you don't think the NBA is credible in reporting that, now you have to explain why you don't think the NBA is credible. All we're doing here
said Deontay Ayton was on steroids.
all we're doing is talking about the credibility of Chael Sonnen. He has no credibility. And they didn't say Ayton was on steroids. They said he was on performance enhancing drugs, which is probably more so what athletes are probably going to tend to take some form of HGH, human growth hormone, something that's going to help your endurance. And that's the same thing that John Collins tested positive for, and John Collins was suspended at the same time with Ayton.
And Lamont, that's another thing that people want to acknowledge about this whole thing is like for every single steroid scandal, there was either confession by the athlete that was accused or blood tests proving that that athlete was taking steroids. There was no other scandal that didn't end that way. Either the person was innocent or the person confessed or he got tested his blood and it was test positive. That's it.
Have anybody seen a blood test on any of these athletes?
Yo, Lamont just told you. All right.
Telling me and
But I believe it. Hey, bro, I still want to ask you: do you still think that Westbrook is a better offensive player than LeBron?
What?
What does that got to do with anything?
No, I was trying to be funny. Never mind.
No, Ralph. Why do you want to see a blood test that proves us right, but you don't want to see any information from Chael Sonnen that proves him right?
I'm not. You keep bringing, even though that's the topic, you keep bringing him up. But like I said, it was almost go back to almost 10 years of his career.
So LeBron James has never tested positive, but you want to see a drug test?
You keep sweeping on the rug that list with all the athletes' name on it.
Well, what names were on that list?
It was a lot of wrestlers on that list. The Rock.
Okay, what names? But what names were on that list?
Some actors.
Okay, but no, there were initials on that paper, but there were no names. What names were on it? What initials did you see that you think were tied back to LeBron?
You didn't see LBJ?
No, there was no LBJ on LBJ.
Well, why are you lying right now, bro?
There was no LBJ on there.
Okay.
That wasn't one of the initials on there.
Sure.
No, it said LJ. It didn't say LBJ.
Nigga Ralphie, bro.
Yes, it did, bro. Why y'all literally trying to recreate history?
So if they find a Balco receipt, if they find a Balco receipt tomorrow and it says the King, are you gonna connect that with LeBron?
Well, I don't know no other kings out there.
You don't know no King Mo?
Who's King Mo?
Hey, Ralph, you need to watch more sports, bro.
Oh man.
Oh, wow, man. Yeah, it could be Larry Johnson.
Yo, man, bro. But he said he ain't running with it though. But he's steady running with it.
No, I'm seeing both sides of the fence. I'm not just gonna jump the fence.
Ralph, for the guys that got busted, the public still didn't see they blood records, bro.
Cause you just said they snitched on themselves.
No,
that's not how that.
And Lamont, even right there, man, that's telling right there. Like, we can show this brother that the paper say LJ. In his mind, it's still gonna say LBJ.
Who showed you? Did anybody show me a paper? I don't think so.
Ralph.
Do
you know who Ortiz is from baseball?
David Ortiz.
Poppy.
Yes, he got popped for steroids. He didn't confess to nothing, but he got popped to steroids. The reason why we know he got popped for steroids because the MLB testing for steroids and he got reported he got popped. The public to this day haven't seen those blood test records, Ralph.
And he got suspended on top of that.
But he got suspended, but it was like towards the end of his career. He still got in the Hall of Fame, but we ain't got to talk about that.
So y'all can run with the narrative that Jordan got secretly suspended. We don't have no facts on that, but they can't run with this narrative.
Oh, Ralph, I don't run with that narrative.
Who was running with that narrative, bro?
I just take me personally. I take for what the man said, which he literally said, "I quit. I don't feel like I have nothing to prove for the game no more. I don't have love for the game at the moment." That's what he literally says. So I'm taking for his word for it.
Come on, you said it several times, sturdy on these platforms. He got.
I never, Ralph. Please find a clip. Ralph, please find a clip of me saying that Jordan was secretly suspended by the league. Please find that. I never said that. You will never hear me say that.
You passively aggressive said it, joking.
No, Ralph.
Passively aggressively.
How did he passively aggressively say it?
I'm crying, son.
Yeah, this man's funny.
No, Ralph. I did the video, Ralph. You better off asking me about it, because I did the video. And what did I do when I made that video? What did I say?
I don't remember you speaking on this.
I said I did a whole video on it. I said there's a sequence of events that could potentially lend credibility to those accusations. So I said, for the people that say that, okay, well, here are some of the supporting facts that could be used to come to that conclusion. We don't know if it's true or not, but I said there is an alignment of facts out there that could support that claim. So all we're asking for is, if you are going to jump behind the bandwagon and believe in Sonnen, then where are your supporting facts? What has he done in the past? What are his statements in the past, the evidence and the things that he's done in the past that help lead you to getting behind that statement? And all I'm doing is, when I look at the supporting material behind him, some of the things that he's done and said, his own actions, he's not a very credible character in this to move forward with.
So you know steroids cause cramps, right?
Yeah, but I also know that Ralph. But I also know that losing electrolytes when you sweat a lot causes cramps too.
Dehydration causes cramps. You know how many things causes cramp, Ralph?
He was not dehydrated.
Well,
Ralph,
what happened?
Ralph.
Okay, so Ralph, what happens? What happens when you play basketball? You lose what? Sodium, right?
Yeah, but he was not dehydrated.
So, but when he started cramping in that game, wasn't it towards the end of the game?
I don't remember what quarter it was.
Was he sweating?
Was it the fourth quarter?
And no, Ralph, it was literally reported that the AC was broken that game as well.
Exactly.
Was he sweating hard? And don't we see a number of players and athletes break down? I remember when I ran track, sometimes as soon as I'm done with the race, my whole quad would just cramp up.
You never seen no NBA player do that.
You've seen a ton of basketball players.
Ralph, you didn't see no NBA. Ralph, real talk. LeBron was the only NBA player you saw get cramped up.
I'm talking about that way you get carried off like you fell through a glass floor.
Well, Ralph, we all know LeBron is dramatic, but like, bro, real talk. You never seen an NBA player get cramped?
Nothing like that.
Wow,
Ralph.
Bro, you don't watch enough basketball.
No, he's a hater, bro. No, he's a fanboy. He's a Kobe fanboy. That's why he's saying.
What are we doing right now? Everyone has the honest.
No, Ralph. I am honest with you. I said we all know LeBron is dramatic. He's literally an actor. He's literally an actor. So what I'm telling you is, okay, and you still haven't answered the question. Is LeBron the only NBA player that you seen get cramped?
That way, yes.
Do what?
No. Forget that way. Forget that way. In general, Ralph.
No.
Come on.
He's a fanboy, bro. This is what
come on, bro.
Do.
Happened this year.
Stop crying, the boy with the D.
This is what you do, bro. You're hilarious, bro. Who's crying, bro? I'm actually laughing because you're funny, bro.
Come on, brother. You don't gotta cry.
You're hilarious, bro. You've never seen an NBA player cramp up on LeBron.
I never said I've never seen him. I said that way, and then he said take that way around out of the equation. I said yes, I've seen him cramp up before NBA players.
Wow.
But you haven't seen any NBA players cramp up though.
I said yes. No, how many times I have to say it?
But he talking about in a particular way.
So
that's
any NBA
dumb as hell, bro.
Any NBA player that cramps is on steroids.
This season, cramps have been an issue for him.
Yo, I'm literally crying my eyes
First
out.
against
This is
Kentucky
hilarious,
and then later against Gonzaga in that game on Friday. He said in the press conference, "This has never happened to me before."
This is what people do, bro. Like they take somebody said and they take it as like the holy Bible, bro. Like, oh,
He had a whole season.
That's not LeBron James.
Like,
that's not
so,
LeBron James,
so
sir.
why are you only connecting LeBron's cramps with PED usage?
That's not LeBron. See, that's not LeBron James, sir.
That's the point.
But if LeBron cramps, but if LeBron cramps his PEDs,
compare the way he cramped up to that, whatever that was.
But Ralph, have you ever cramped up in your leg?
Yeah, Charlie
It's
Horse.
all the same, Ralph. It's all the same. It just hurt.
No, this man literally had the whole team carrying him like he's on a stretcher.
Ralph.
Hold on. Ralph, it can be that bad if you have.
Yo, Ralph. I'm gonna take for me personally, bro. It's anecdotal. I had a cramp in my lower back and my hamstring at the same time, bro. I couldn't move for a good 3 minutes. I was on the ground stuck, bro. There's nothing you can do about it. When you get a cramp,
walking on tour ACLs, like, come on, bro. They don't hurt that
That's
bad.
different from a cramp.
Wow, that's different from a cramp.
Wow.
Ralph, what you doing?
Yeah, Ralph. I don't think Ralph's ever cramped up. Ralph,
How do you ever cramped up before, bro?
Yeah, fact, bro.
You talking about it's different,
Ralph. You know the worst cramp, Chael, is when you sleep after you done hooped or something, and you go to sleep, and then wake you up in the middle of the night. There's that sharp pain, bro. Cramps will break down.
Lamar, that would exactly happen, bro.
Look, I can have my girl come in here, right? We went on a hike. I forgot where was we hiking at? A goddamn mountain or some crazy shit. Yeah. When I went up, the mountain out here, when I got in the car on the way back, bro, I'm in the passenger side, bro. We was on the highway driving. I'm in the front seat. My leg cramped up so bad, we had to pull over to the side of the road so that I can get into the back seat just to stretch my legs out.
Before.
Bro, the cramps will. I'm talking about. But Ralph, how come you didn't ask me? Well, how come you didn't just thug it out and just stay in the front seat? Why y'all have to pull over on the highway?
Yo,
y'all gonna die,
bro. The cramps make you feel like you got shot, bro.
Yo, Ralph, it's like flex your arm, Ralph. Real talk, like flex your bicep for a muscle. I mean, for a minute, real talk. Do it right now.
Never did it.
No, Ralph, I'm dead serious. Just flex your bicep.
You catch a cramp in that shit too, just by doing
for a minute.
Jared have a cramp and you ain't never had a cramp, Ralph.
Bro, it's like your muscle. It's like your muscle is it's flexing the hardest it ever flexed before in his life. It's like you can't do nothing, bro. You just gotta ride it out, bro. Ain't nothing.
$1 million on his health.
Ralph,
bro, the fact that we gotta explain a cramp to you, bro.
He spent 1.2 a year.
Yo,
that don't got nothing to do with you cramping, bro.
Cramps, man.
Nobody got nothing to do with.
Man, I'm crying, man.
That's like,
yeah.
Oh my god.
And he working with a Marine.
Oh my god.
You act like Marines don't cramp. They might cramp up more than the rest of us.
Oh, I'm crying.
What about that hibernation Michael Jackson chamber he in?
That don't stop you from cramping.
Come on, man.
Oh my god, why are we so deep into this,
man?
Man, this is wild right here.
It's a if you ever played Yu-Gi-Oh, you like at the bottom people like monster cards have special effects. There's always one of Ralph effects. He always get you with these conversations.
Miss hit the Ralph effect. Oh my god.
I promise.
My delayed trap card. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The Sixers, man, beating them boys.
Ralph, if the Celtics lose, then y'all take the second seed.
And it don't matter that Joker #1 either.
Yeah, and y'all have a better record than the Nuggets. But I still don't think he's a better MVP than Giannis. But we can continue this conversation though.
Oh man, my chest hurts.
Wow, bro.
Whew. Man, I got tears in my eyes, boy.
That was too funny.
We ain't cussing at each other. You know what I mean? We all.
But Ralph, if you ever find a solution to cramps, bro, you will be a billionaire.
Ralph, you will be the richest man on earth. I promise to you, bro. Because it's not just athletes, bro. Bro, you know how many women? You can sell that to, bro?
If you've never had a cramp, Ralph, you need to whatever you've done throughout your entire life. Bro, you got to take that formula to.
Hey, I got a question, Lamont.
What's good, man?
Do y'all know the history of the dude Schultz who was interviewing Shonen?
Andrew?
Yep. He
I know it's
he got a check and pass also, and also he used to work with Charlemagne the God. So they do a lot of sensationalizing a lot of stories and stuff. So a lot of that stuff be just behind the scenes. It's all like a play. It's all a plan. Like, and if you notice, they got 1 million views on that video.
Yeah, but you know what? I got to give him credit though, because the first thing what happened was when he said that, they were asking him, "Okay, can you elaborate? Can you provide any proof?" He was like, "Nah, I can't elaborate or provide proof." So they were really trying to get him to elaborate and provide proof. So I think he just kind of went off script and said that, because as soon as he said it, they were like, "Okay, what do you got to support that?" And then they were kind of getting on him a little bit, but he kind of skated up out of it by getting away from it and moving on to just kind of talking generally about a multitude of athletes as opposed to just locking in on LeBron. So he kind of got away from it.
You got that clip, Lamont? Can you cue up that clip?
Yeah, I can pull up the clip. Give me a second.
Yeah, he said he got the same dealer. Like, are you serious, bro? Like, where's he at? Please show him to me. Like,
Ralph, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm still thinking about that cramp comments you was making, bro. I'm like, you a fool, bro. Yeah. Oh man. Wow. Hold on. While Lamont gets that up, I'm gonna give people updates on these scores real quick, man. A lot of good games right now. We got Dallas and San Antonio. San Antonio up 109-102. With 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. We got the Clippers versus Golden State right now, 18-17 with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Philly just finished beating the Cavs, like Ralph just said, 118-109. The Heat just beat the Grizzlies, 119-138. Sacramento just beat the Bulls by 3, 117-114. The Lakers lost to the Houston Rockets, so 114-110. And Boston won. They beat Minnesota by 2 points, 104-102.
Wow.
Resting AD like they got games to play with.
Why did AD not play?
Because the Lakers low managing.
It was a back-to-back, but
you got back-to-back
all the games you can right now. That was a bad decision.
That was bad.
Man,
Yo,
I don't care what y'all talking about.
the Rockets beat the Celtics and the Lakers, bro. That's funny as hell to me.
The Lakers sold.
Yeah, Darvin Ham got to go. For real.
Nah, don't say that, bro. I can't say that. Not yet.
I mean, even without AD, they should be.
That was on them. If they had AD, they win that game.
That's facts.
In general, I just realized why people got so much little patience for coaches, bro. Like, it's hard, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, y'all like they didn't do major trades. Y'all expect him to get his lineups down within a few weeks?
That's facts. Like, it hasn't even been a whole season for this man yet. Like, can we give him some time?
He ain't have a great lineup all season, man.
Yeah. My main gripe.
They've had a crap team for most of the season prior to the trade, though. Teams ain't been that good.
Still young though, like you
They
said.
had combinations they could have made work.
He had some warts before the trade.
With who? Thomas Bryant? Stop playing.
But even with this loss, right? Even with this loss, what y'all 8-5, right? Since the trade.
Wow.
I'm asking y'all. Y'all like what the hell?
Yeah, that's 8-5. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Like, bro, and y'all blaming Darvin Ham with his two best players in and out the lineup. D'Lo was missing games, and y'all was 8-5 with essentially a brand new team. Get out of here with that, bro.
Yeah,
they're 7-3 the last 10 games, though.
Even better, bro.
Nah, but they shouldn't have lost to the Rockets, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, without AD, they got to beat the Rockets, bro. These games need, bro.
Yeah, the Rockets, they gotta beat
Stop
them.
messing around. Go ahead and get the win. If AD playing, you might be blowing them out by the second half anyway. So I think they sold it before the game even started.
Yeah, you said I need your Dallas to get that AC, bro.
Hey, that's not gonna happen, bro. I'm letting you know right now. We
Hey.
9th or 10th bound. Like that's what it's looking like.
Oh, y'all 9th right now, yeah. Oh, actually, if y'all lose, y'all be behind the Lakers. Yeah, I think y'all be 11.
Whatever the range is, it's not looking good, bro. I'm not gonna cap for my guys right now. It's not looking good.
Yeah, Kyrie is another cancer.
Hopefully, Luka and Kyrie. It ain't been Kyrie.
It ain't Kyrie. It ain't
Kyrie. I can't do that.
Oh, I got that video too. I just found that video too. Here's that video right here.
They had a better record without Kyrie, though.
Oh, let me play this.
Luka's been injured a lot since Kyrie.
Let me play this video for y'all real quick. Hold on one second.
Answers like, if the world understood what LeBron did, like other basketball players will hear what LeBron does and go, well, yeah, but that doesn't matter, right? It's like a baseball player and you're hitting a stick out of the way. It doesn't matter. It's like, no. If you knew what these performance enhancers did, then you would know why it does matter.
What do you think he's
there's
doing?
only one. We have the same drug guy, if you will. I know exactly what he's doing. But there's only one golfer.
Please tell.
There's only one golfer. I'm not going to, but there's only one golfer that follows the big three. And the big three is EPO, growth hormone, testosterone. That's the Lance Armstrong diet. There's one golfer, but it's Tiger Woods. Like, yes, it does matter. People will say it all the time. It doesn't matter. John Daly won it. It's like, it matters. Trust me that it matters. EPO matters. It's the reason LeBron takes it. It matters. And if other basketballers understood what it did, EPO increases your red blood cells, which gives you endurance so you can play all game long. You can shoot in the fourth
More
quarter
red blood
just like
cells,
you
more
shot in the
oxygen
fourth
in your
minute.
red blood cells. Okay, got you.
It's the king of performance enhancers.
So you would prefer that, especially in a fight sport, to anything else?
EPO is king.
Because it's going to give you the stamina.
Yes.
That's why cyclists do it.
That's why cyclists
Tour de France is
so that fifth round energy is
the
more
human
important.
body is not made to do the Tour de France. I mean, the people that set that up are inhumane. So of course you have to go. Of course it's supernatural people that they're forcing them to take.
Now that you're not
To take
competing,
peds.
are you still on?
Yeah. Well, so testosterone.
There it is right there. See how he, like I said, when they wanted him to give specifics, he kind of got away from the specifics pertaining to LeBron and just started getting more broad. Oh, golf and Tiger and cyclists, and he didn't want to narrow it down. And and then he talked about it so casually that you would presume he was telling the truth. But his history in talking about LeBron says a different story. And I think that's what people need to get on.
And then he was being slick too, how he emphasized the word king, because y'all know that's LeBron's nickname, King. Remember how he kept saying that's the king of EPOs, that's the king of performance. So he's trying to be slick. I caught that. It's kind of like he's trying to give the EPOs the credit for LeBron in a sense.
But golf is a horrible sport to use EPO on. The fact that like retaining your stamina, bro. If you ever played golf, is I'm telling you now, bro. Athleticism has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it, bro. And there's nothing with Chael, bro. Like I can't really explain this. You have to watch a certain amount of videos to see like when Chael capping or like when it's like a stick, way like he has a certain cadence, and like even more so like Chael will get more and more vague as he speaks when he don't know what he's talking about.
Well, we see the same thing on these panels, like when we just talking with Ralph.
That's a fact. And just like Chael, Ralph will be entertaining. He'll be funny. He'll have his moment.
It's crazy, y'all, man. He says if PEDs makes you so good, I'm gonna buy me something and go pro. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like if they like.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Y'all do.
His thing. Everybody, bro. For all you PED ignorance, bro. Testosterone boosters, steroids, EPOs, whatever you want to think, bro. No matter what, you still have to get off your ass and still put in the work. No matter what.
Somebody don't come out like this retirement. He took them, Joe.
There ain't no super soldier serum. Ain't nothing you just gonna grow your muscle just laying down. You still got to get up and work out 2 to 3 times a day and still eat a certain diet.
I just think for basketball players, from what I've seen, it's so many things out there on the shelf that do similar things. I mean, that you don't really need to resort to that. I think athletes have better options than to go with something that's going to just tear down your body over the long run.
So if
I mean,
OJ Mel,
I can
you think he never
understand.
took it?
What'd you say?
OJ Mel took it. You think he never took it?
What?
OJ Mel took steroids. You
But
think
okay,
LeBron?
so here's the thing, y'all. When a player gets found out for
He's a
taking,
bum for one.
hold on one second, DJ.
Like, let's not do that, bro.
Hold on, y'all. One second.
LeBron James, what is it?
Ralph, hold on 1 second, Ralph. What I'm going to say is this: when a player gets found, like when it's found that a player's like tested positive for a banned substance, because that's usually how it's termed. It doesn't always mean that substance is HGH, a performance enhancing drug, or a steroid. Like when you look at the list, like if you're a college athlete and they give you that list of banned substances, a lot of the things on that list are just normal everyday products. Like, for example, if you have asthma, the ingredients in your inhaler is actually a banned substance, and you have to get approved, and they give you a special inhaler with a different set of ingredients. So when you use that inhaler, you don't get these banned substances in your body, because if you get drug tested, you'll be found guilty. Like, so there's a lot of things on that banned substance list where a player can get in trouble for. But if they get in trouble for it, if the NBA or the player, if they don't elaborate on it specifically, you'll walk away from it thinking, oh, they must have been doing steroids or they must have been doing HGH or something like that. It was probably just a banned substance on a list.
They say he was found taking over-the-counter drug that had DHE in it.
Okay, who?
OJ Mel. He was
Okay,
banned for 2 years.
Okay, all right. Well, like I said, I don't know the specifics behind it. I don't know. But the one thing is, that's what the players have to be smart about what they put in their bodies, because that list is so big. That list is so big that you can get in trouble for just common everyday products. Like the strangest product that I saw that was on there was now laters. There's a coloring in now.
Mm-hmm.
There's like literally a color that will get players in trouble. Not that is, and it's because this food coloring in now laters is an ingredient used to mask steroid use.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the banned stuff on the banned list is banned because it can be used to mask steroid use. So if players are reckless, they're not careful, they can mess around and ingest something that they're not supposed to have, and if they get that drug test at the wrong time, they're in trouble, and then their reputation is scarred.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And speaking of that, like I don't know if y'all did this, but shout out to Bees. Like, if y'all look up the food the American foods that's banned in other countries, other first world countries, majority of it is high sugar, high sodium, and high food coloring foods. But that's just fun fact. But Lamont, you're right. Yeah, like that's why it's on onus of the athlete to get your nutritionist, get your trainer, for them to go over their thing, make sure, okay, you can't eat none of this stuff. We're gonna make sure you don't eat none of this stuff. But even then, you have to be disciplined enough, at least not during the season, to take any of this stuff.
Yeah.
That's why, that's why I'm saying, like, people don't understand the power of discipline, bro. Like, LeBron been disciplined for decades, and combine that with the talent and resource that he puts into that. So, like, it's a shocker. Like, this dude literally said, and people don't treat this, like, the last few Thanksgivings, he literally said, y'all only can have one more second plate. When he know the average American is not only having 2 plates for Thanksgiving. But he's literally just sharing his expertise of what it takes to get to that, to have that same level of discipline. The same thing with Floyd. To this day, Floyd is up every if not every morning, every other morning, jogging 3 a.m. That's discipline.
Ain't what J.R. Smith said about that nigga eating habits.
And so, so when you look at what OJ Mayo said, it's almost the exact situation that I talked about, because it says OJ Mayo tested positive for DHE, just like what Ralph said. But it says this is one of the banned performance enhancing drugs, and it says I didn't know a specific energy drink that he drank had any bad substances in it. So he actually ended up drinking an energy drink that had it in it, and that's what caused him to test positive. And that's what I mean. It's so many things on that list that are banned that players can accidentally ingest it, and then we'll walk away from it.
Years though.
You said what?
So that cost him 2 years.
No, he got a 10 for the DHA. He got a 10-game suspension. He didn't get 2 year suspension.
So what made him get suspended for 2 years?
So probably what caused him to get suspended for 2 years is he probably followed it up by getting in trouble again for some type of substance. People in the chat were saying it was for weed. And when you already have one strike on your record and you get hit with another, that's what makes that follow-up punishment much more harsher. So I'm assuming that's what happened. But
That's
for the
not
DHE,
what Sports says.
but for the DHE, he only got a 10-game suspension. I'm looking at it right here. When he played with the Grizzlies, he didn't get suspended for 2 years for the DHE. Says he got caught with weed in his system. Team look, everybody's saying he got caught with weed in his system later. I would assume that's what might have got him in trouble again.
When he was on the Bucks, they said whatever he took had LSD, cocaine, PSP, and heroin, codeine, and morphine in it.
Ralph, you gotta drop that link.
Ralph, but that was something else though.
He's not supposed to be here right now.
Ralph, did you just hear what you just read?
He took all of that.
OJ supposed to be out of here right now if he took all that, yo.
Yeah, that's fact.
That's crazy.
I don't know, man. Hey, look, y'all, man. Look, I got some NCAA games to watch, man. I'm about to watch some of these games. The Lakers done lost. I got to see what happened with them. And I think with the Lakers, it's disappointing because they shouldn't need Anthony Davis to beat the Houston Rockets. The fact that they couldn't get it done without him, that's very surprising to me. But, you know, it is what it is. They're dealing with the injuries. I think what they got about 15 games remaining to get their act right. I don't know how they're still allowing Anthony Davis to load manage right now. You have to write
every
it out.
game.
Yeah.
Hey, Darvin Ham, as soon as the game yesterday was over, he announced that he ain't playing.
But you know what? And it could be something that's out of Anthony Davis's hands. So I don't even want to put it on Anthony Davis. If the coach automatically came out and said he's not playing, that tells me right there it's not a player decision. That's
what I'm saying. He
from the
messed
higher
up
ups.
the strategy of the game. You don't announce that as soon as the game over, because the other team preparing for that now.
Yeah, I think everybody knows at this point in time, back to backs, you ain't gonna see AD. I mean, it's not. I think people were even predicting it before the game ended. So I don't think it was any mysterious news that just came out. It says Canelo ate horse meat. Yeah, Canelo Alvarez said he ate horse meat tainted with steroids, but they said that's possible. They said that's possible, especially in other countries. They said that's a very realistic thing right there. Oh, it's got to be Cap. He says he overdosed. If that's true, John Wick. But yeah, look, we're going to go ahead and get this one shut down, man. Just wanted to touch on them things, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up. We'll get up out of here. Probably going to be going live tomorrow. Hopefully we can get y'all in here. We got some NCAA tournament games tomorrow that we got to follow. And make sure y'all knock y'all brackets out. Get y'all brackets turned in, man. I want to see who can pull up that perfect bracket. Salute to Ralph. Salute to Sturdy. East Side. Chris for pulling up. And then I said what I said, TV, man. Definitely appreciate y'all pulling up today. Definitely a great show. And we got a lot of information put out there. A lot of information that I think that nobody else is talking about. I think that's the biggest thing right there. There's a lot of information as far as when we talking about Chael Sonnen and his history and some of the things that he said about athletes and some of the allegations he's labeled against LeBron. It's almost as if he's playing a game where let me make allegations against LeBron until one of them sticks. And he's basically saying, okay, which one is going to stick the most? All right. He's been on record. He's been calling him out his name. He called him a doofus, said he was going to slap him in the face when he sees him. He said all of these things, and it's all things he's said since 2013. And so then we have to weigh his credibility. And I think that's the one thing that nobody's doing. Nobody's talking about is he a credible talking figure in these conversations. But that's what we're doing here at FYF Sports, man. We just evaluating the obvious things that people try to overlook and slide past us. And I think it's a shame. I think it's a shame that I think one of the saddest things is that people out here are pushing this as if it's facts and they ain't doing no real research. People are not approaching what he's saying as if it's speculation. Right? They're taking it as if the science has already been dropped. All right. I think that's the worst part about it. But it then also lends credibility to them. Then who are they? So that means, should we look at you as just LeBron James haters? Are you willing to jump on the bandwagon of anything negative? And then how will you react if information comes out to support the opposite? If information comes out to support that he's not a cheater, do we report that? Does it elevate him to any degree? How do we speak on that? And then what do we do moving forward with a person like Chael Sonnen? All right. Are we going to aggressively pursue him for lies and the deception? That I'm curious to see how those things unfold. But like I said, I doubt a lot of it happens. Salute to the new people in the chat. You got Dre Jones. Salute to Team Lil Curry. I see you back. Lord Juno. Salute to Lord Juno. I've been seeing you here the last couple of streams. Dev Sports. Appreciate you pulling up. We got John Wick. A lot of new names. Ayo 2 times. Appreciate you pulling up back. We saw Josh. I saw you in the chat. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're at work or something. The only thing you can do is hit Control V and just spam the same thing over and over. But again, just hit the link. I'll be seeing you in the comments all the time. In the comments, people be telling you, come to the live panel. Come to the live panel. And you just stay in the comments. And then even when you get in the comments, you just stay illogical. You just use Control V and you don't use real talking points. All right. It's a lot of people who stay in the comments, man. Like, you don't have to run from this conversation. It says Dallas losing, Minnesota lost. Yeah, Dallas is surprising me, man. Dallas is surprising me, man. They're wilting at the wrong time. The Lakers are a team, they can't afford to go back and forth. George Henderson, hey, has to sue for us to find out. So, but George Henderson, just like I said before, why does he have to sue? Why does he have to spend millions of dollars suing a guy for you to believe him? Right? So LeBron has to spend millions of dollars and sue somebody for you to believe him. But Chael Sonnen doesn't have to spend any money, and he can sit on a platform and say whatever, but you'll believe him. And when he was asked to provide evidence to support the things that he said, which would have been free, he said, I don't want to do that. So even in that statement right there, you say you want the truth, but you're asking LeBron to do what you don't even expect of Chael Sonnen. And that's what's confusing me right there. On top of the fact, you're asking LeBron to sue a guy that has a proven track record of lying about LeBron. His track record on LeBron and lying about LeBron is so bad that the UFC told him to stop with this one-sided beef with LeBron. That was back in 2013. So he's had a one-sided beef with LeBron James since 2013, stemming back to a lie that he made up, saying that LeBron James walked up to his fiance. It said, are those Tic Tacs in your blouse, or are you just happy to see me? And he only started this after TMZ reported that his wife was hitting on LeBron James at that same party. So this is where it stems from. This is where all of this misinformation about LeBron James coming from Chael Sonnen started. It won't put him in his place. It won't put him in his place because you know what we can do? What we can do as a community is we can put him in his place. We can kill his. So his credibility only goes so far as much as we believe it. And if you're basically saying, I don't care who he is as a person, I don't care what he's done in the past, I don't care what evidence he hasn't provided, I still need LeBron James to spend millions of dollars to sue him for me to believe him. That's just backwards logic. LeBron didn't make the accusations. It's just like Twin Man 35 said. He said exactly. The accused has to prove the innocence, but the accuser doesn't have that, and that makes no sense. It's the same works in a court of law. It's on you to prove your case. If you say I committed a crime, I don't even have to testify against myself. I can just sit there in silence. And you got to go prove your case. You got to go prove why you think I committed these crimes. No, you don't have to go by the law. Remember, this stems back to 2013. LeBron did not need to sue him in 2013. LeBron didn't need to sue him when he came out and said that LeBron said something sexually disrespectful to his fiance. LeBron didn't need to come out and sue him when he made up this story about seeing LeBron in the airport, pushing some kid in a wheelchair out of his way and saying, no, I'm not taking a picture with him. He's done this before. And also for LeBron, for you to sue, right? For you to be able to sue, you also have to show that it's hurt you. So with Cardi B, when she sued Tasha K, well, she said mental distress. She said she became suicidal. So that means LeBron James would have to go into a court and say and explain how these allegations have hurt him to a certain degree. And the only thing that's going to do is going to give you guys more ammo to just throw more negative stuff his way. Oh, I told you he wasn't mentally strong. I told you he was weak. We got Josh says, he says, so LeBron talks about everything else and comes at everybody from Kyrie, Trump, Barkley. All right. But he's not going to address this. So first of all, I don't remember LeBron going at Kyrie. I remember LeBron James supporting Kyrie when LeBron James asked the media personnel a very specific question. Says, y'all want to spend all this time attacking our homie Kyrie, but you ain't said nothing about Dana White. All right. When he attacked Trump, Trump was doing things that were extremely questionable, but that's politics. And when you're talking about Barkley, well, Barkley says a ton of things that people go back and forth with, and that's his NBA brethren. He's going to go back and forth with him. That's if that's even true, but it sounds like you just made all of that up, Josh. Just like I said, y'all got to stop making stuff up. But again, maybe you can more clearly explain your talking point if you actually hit the link. Y'all got to stop faking like y'all at work, like y'all in conference calls, and just hit the link. Maybe you'll have some type of common sense take that's going to make sense. But see, what y'all try to do is when I'm asking y'all specifically about this particular incident, I'm asking you specifically about the things that Chael Sonnen has said, Chael Sonnen's specific history with LeBron, and your only response is to talk about Kyrie, Trump, and Barkley. You talk about, so you say just because LeBron responded to them, he's supposed to respond to Chael Sonnen. We're talking about a guy in Chael Sonnen who's been saying things about LeBron for 10 years and LeBron James hasn't responded, but he's supposed to respond now because you guys say so. You know, it's kind of weird.
What's up, my boy?
What up, Joe, man? We was almost about to get shut this down. What's good, man? What you got on this?
I kind of agree with what you're saying. You know, Chael Summer's a fishy dude to be. You know what I mean? Like trusting and shit, but we can't lie and say that there's.
Hold on, you got to echo. You got to echo, Joe. You got to echo in the background.
How about now?
Yeah, it's better.
All right, so Chael Summer isn't the best, person to be talking. Because like you said, he got a history with LeBron and whatever. They got like a little personal vendetta. But I think if you, I'm sure you guys remember this when ESPN or was it TNT weighed LeBron before the game and then after the game, and he had gained 7 pounds. So there has been moments where we're like there's got to be some genetic help, some type of help that's going on with LeBron because you work out, Lamont. There's no way you could gain 7 pounds during the game without some help. You know what I'm saying? So
there's no steroid that exists that will make you gain 7 pounds.
So what can explain? I want you to enlighten me.
You know what would explain a 7 pound difference?
I don't know.
You know, I can tell you. It's probably the scale.
So you think the scale, because it don't make sense.
Bro, we see scales get miscalibrated all the time, especially these digital scales. When they get miscalibrated, then it could be off 5 to 7 pounds here or there. When you got multiple people we don't know. But the one thing, when you see that big of a fluctuation, especially after a basketball game where you generally lose water weight when you hoop and you become lighter, for him to become heavier in a game for absolutely no reason.
Makes no sense.
One thing is that steroids don't make you gain weight in that short of a period of time. Doesn't
No,
make you
you're right.
retain water that much. So
you're absolutely right.
The only thing I can think that makes sense is the scale was just miscalibrated.
Yeah, because that shit made no sense, bro. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? Well, excuse me, I don't want to be swearing, but like, how could you gain 7 pounds during a game? Like you said, you lose weight, water weight. There's no way you're gaining 7 pounds. I don't care how much food you eat. You go to a buffet, you're not gaining 7 pounds. There's no way.
Salute to Dex, man. So again, even to me, I think that was a non-story. I mean, that I don't connect that with this.
And what about the paleo diet? The losing 25 pounds and gaining 25 pounds.
Bro, have you done a paleo diet? I did a paleo diet one summer. It makes you lose weight at an astronomical pace.
What is a paleo diet?
So paleo diet is basically the type of foods that you eat. So basically, I didn't even fully understand it. I just knew it was really healthy for you, and it entails eating a ton of vegetables and a ton of foods that is just really good for you. But for me and my body type, it actually worked. It helped me lose a ton of weight when I was trying to get in shape over one summer. And then keto might work for other people. So we know that LeBron James has toyed around with multiple diets. One time he came in super light, but it was probably too light for him to be playing that.
Yeah, right? 2015.
So again, we've seen him toy around with various diets, different body types, and he's had to find a balance of the perfect plan weight of where I still have my strength, but I also still have my speed and physicality. He said his diet was cycling off PEDs, and I guess you can't cycle off PEDs. It's in your blood. It stays in your bloodstream for over a year, most of them. I mean, unless you are really ahead of the science and you have a really good doctor who can help you mask it, that's really the only way around it. But even if you try to mask it, all of the substances used to mask drugs, most of those substances are banned. So that's the problem. So we try to make these weird things, and twin, you gotta echo, twin. You gotta mute yourself in the background. So some of the things y'all saying don't make sense. Y'all keep saying this. Y'all trying to convince yourself of ways that Chael Sonnen can hopefully be credible by coming up with new narratives and new things that aren't even factual. I don't care if he's telling the truth or not. I'm just saying right now, he's the least credible person to be speaking on this. When he speaks on it, it's not believable because he spent the last 10 years lying on LeBron.
I mean, and he's a known PED user as well. So
he said Twin, he gained 7 pounds in 2 weeks. He built like a truck. 2 weeks was able to play above the rim again. Okay, so Josh, I'm sure you've probably gained 7 pounds in 2 weeks at one point in time in your life.
Yeah, you could do that.
It's not terribly difficult to do that. And for an athlete to do it, we see wrestlers and boxers do this all the time. Either gain a whole bunch of weight before a fight or shed a whole bunch of weight before a fight. It doesn't take PEDs to do it.
Nah,
It don't.
yeah. If you fast,
Yeah.
you could
May I
lose a pound a
comment
day.
on?
Hold on, Twin.
May
You
I
got your
comment?
mic? What's good? Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Twin.
So this is my thing. I'm not going to even come up here and talk guilt or innocence because I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I just find it strange in this specific situation. This is what I keep saying, is that the accuser has come out, made an allegation, and somehow, some way, the accused has to prove his innocence or her innocence. I'm going to keep it real. I'm speaking on this, and I don't care who it is.
Mm-hmm.
I would have the same standard. If you are accused of some shit, it is not on you to prove your innocence. It's for the accused to prove what they're saying about you. So for anybody sitting here saying he's guilty because he's gained weight, lost weight, he's a professional athlete. That's so. Again, I'm not up here talking guilt or innocence. I just don't understand why the standards have to change all of a sudden because he's involved.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I find weird. For some strange reason, the standard of someone accusing somebody of some shit, somebody accusing somebody doesn't have to provide evidence of what they're saying, makes them guilty. Like it just bothers me because for some strange reason in this situation, it's the standard has changed. I also find it strange he broke the record and then this came out or this was said. Everybody who sit here and disagrees with the vast majority of people who are sitting here saying LeBron James is guilty for some strange reason, we're called names. I'm just asking for the evidence. I'm not going to say the man's guilty or innocent. I want him to provide the evidence so I can make an informed decision. You feel me?
Yep.
That's it. I just want to be able to make an informed decision. That dude who accused LeBron James should absolutely have to provide the evidence of what he said. If he doesn't, then LeBron James, if he so chooses to, should sue him.
Lamont, what was Ayton on? That he got 25 games.
I didn't even look. But like I said, in the NBA, when they say it, I've never run and just think it was steroids because most of the times there's not many actual steroid type of products that actually benefit basketball players. Just like the doctor that I quoted the other day, he kind of listed off some things. He talked about some fat burners that can get you to lose weight and things of that nature. But he says none of these things, like he was accused of using EPO. But he says with LeBron's physique, he named it a whole bunch of other steroids that could potentially help him get that physique. But when he talked about LeBron, he says, when I look at LeBron's forearms, he says LeBron has a great physique. But some of the indicators that I would normally see in somebody that's using steroids to get that physique, like extremely big forearms and things like that, he says, I'm not seeing it in LeBron. Right. And it is what it is. Now, you got people who are going to take that surgery he had to remove a benign growth from his jaw. Some people are going to say, well, steroids can cause that benign growth.
Is that true?
Well, steroids can potentially cause growths, right? But what steroids normally do, because remember, when you start taking steroids, it affects all your muscles. And so what it does is it gives you that chiseled jawline. So the one thing we know about LeBron, though, he's always had that chiseled shaped jawline his entire life. So it's hard for me to go that route. When you talk about the benign growth, well, you can get a benign growths happen, don't really have a reason attached to them. They happen to anybody and everybody. Like I know my dog had a benign growth that needs to get removed. It's benign. It's not going to do anything. Just leave it there. Right? If it grows any bigger and it becomes uncomfortable, you get it removed. But they happen. It's probably going to happen to everybody sometime during their lifetime.
So, Lamont, what would you say? LeBron, 240 when he walked in. By like his third year, right? He was probably like 260, 270.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, he's maintained around the same weight. I'm not going to lie. So probably like since 07, he's been walking around 260 plus.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, these athletes do a lot of different things with their weight, whatever. I mean, obviously, whenever you're an athlete and when you play, you know, they want you to play above what your normal walking around everyday weight is, because over the course of the season, you're going to naturally lose so much weight. They don't want you just dropping below. But I don't know. I don't know what his strategy is. The only thing that I know is that he hasn't failed any drug tests. And last year he was tested 9 times. Like, that's the fact here. Like, so the fact is he drug tested 9 times, 3 of them blood test. What do you want me to do?
Why is it when you point that out, and when I say that, people get mad? Where's the drug test? Where's the failed drug test? I've heard people talk about Lance Armstrong. You know what Lance Armstrong had? Lance Armstrong had evidence against him. Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa, Chuck Knobloch, all those MLB players who got caught up had evidence against them. Drug tests against them. That's all I want is the evidence. I'm not sitting here trying to change anybody. I just find it strange that he's involved and all of a sudden he's not getting the same deference that Kobe got. Because even when that allegation came out about Kobe, and I know people who hate Kobe Bryant. I got friends who hate Kobe Bryant. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big Kobe fan. You know what I sat here and said? This is probably a shakedown. I don't know that for sure. I'll wait for the evidence. That's literally what I said when it came to any of these, anybody. Where's the evidence? Provide me with all the information. What I'm not going to do, even with players I don't like, is sit here and say something come out against them, they're guilty. That's just wrong.
Mm-hmm. George Henderson says, "Stop, Dr. Lamont. I'm not being a doctor, bro. I don't know what y'all mean I'm being a doctor. What do y'all want? I don't have to be a doctor to see that he's never tested positive for a performance-enhancing drug. Like, what do y'all want me to do? Y'all be getting mad. Like, y'all get mad when, like, he don't need to present any evidence. His evidences already exist. He's never tested positive for anything. That's the evidence. That's some really strong evidence."
Lamont, DeAndre Ayton, he was HGH. And he got that 25 games.
I'll look it up. Let me see what DeAndre Ayton took.
Because I know he got 25 games for PEDs. I ain't gonna lie, I think he needed it though. My boy was walking around like a twig.
Giannis came in the game skinny as hell. This dude is ripped now. Did he take PEDs? Again, we don't know none of this. But you know what we can't sit here and say? Giannis has never failed the drug test. So I'm gonna sit here and say, he's not guilty.
Yeah, Giannis be benching. He be in the
Okay,
lab.
so it says, so Ayton was suspended. So, and this all goes back to what I talked about earlier, how this list of banned substances contains things that players like, just common everyday products. So Ayton was suspended for using a banned substance that's normally found in diuretics, over-the-counter diuretics. And so when they say banned substance, it wasn't HGH, it wasn't a steroid, it was an over-the-counter diuretic. Let me see if it says diuretics increase the rate of, it says, and so more than likely, I believe he was taking this diuretic because he wanted to get weed out of his system, because diuretics increase the rate at which urine flows. And that's what you probably want to do a lot if you've been smoking a ton of weed all summer and you're trying to clean your system up. And so that's one of the reasons why you would take diuretics. And it says diuretics have been abused by athletes for multiple reasons. And it said it can be found on the world's anti-doping agency's WADA list of products of prohibited substances. And it says, is it possible that Ayton took the diuretic on accident? It says, of course. Ayton said it was unintentional mistake in his statement. And he gave a statement talking about it was unintentional. I don't see how. I mean, I guess I can kind of see how it might have happened, but I doubt it. And it says it's easy to see how Ayton could have been taking illegal supplements given to him by a nutritionist or a trainer who doesn't or didn't realize that these substances were on a banned list. And says at the same time, small doses shouldn't trigger a positive test. And so, again, for Ayton, I believe that he was taking the diuretics, and this is something that was commonly going around like the college circuit, is that taking diuretics will flush the weed out your system. I don't know how true it is, but that's like the common thing kind of going around. If you've been smoking a lot, that's what you want to do to make sure you pass the
Diuretics are
test.
for use for high blood pressure. So if
So
you
then,
if you have blood pressure issues, you can use diuretics to control your blood pressure.
Yeah, I know my dad was on a form of diuretics because he had heart issues.
so it wasn't
So
even for strength or nothing.
again,
here's a
there's so many ways. There's so many ways to look at this situation. Again, I'm not even talking. Let's get away from this situation right here. How does anybody even know? Say everybody in the league. Something comes out tomorrow, and they say all these players in the league are doing it. LeBron James' name is on it. How do y'all know it's even illegal by the league?
Doing what? EPO?
Anything. Let's just sit here and say they come out and they say, hey, all this is a list of players, what they took, but it's not illegal by the league.
They just said diuretics is illegal. You don't
No,
think
no,
EPO is going to be illegal?
This is a pure hypothetical. Pure hypothetical. They come out with a list of players saying these players use these drugs for recovery or while they were injured to get back on the court faster, but the NBA does not recognize these as illegal substances.
Well, then everybody got to shut the fuck up.
They're not, though. You know they wouldn't. Come on.
Nah, bro. If they're not banned, then they're not going to be. It's not going to be.
They wouldn't, though. Come on.
They can't say nothing, though. Unless the league says, yeah, you're going against the rules, then nobody could discredit them. It is what it is. You gotta swallow that. What are you gonna do?
So here's a list of other athletes that have been suspended for positive diuretics tests. It says Robinson Cano of baseball. He was suspended 80 games. It says he was using the diuretic. We got some NFL players, Deuce McAllister, Pat Williams, Kevin Williams, and Charles Grant. They were suspended in 2008 for using diuretics. This is Olympic gold medalist Veronica Brown was caught using diuretics in 2013. And so it, like I said, from what the athletes I've been around, from what I've been told they use diuretics for, it's been commonly used from what I've heard to get weed out your system because it makes you pee a ton and you flush out a ton of water from your body. But according to USADA, they're basically saying it can also be used to mask other drugs as well. So, they can get tricky. But Wilson Chandler, Jody Meeks, Joakim Noah, Hida Turkoglu, and Rashad Lewis, all NBA players, not diuretics, but they all have been suspended for using substances on the banned list in the NBA.
Meaning they got caught, right?
Meaning that they got caught. And
exactly.
So
this man hasn't even been caught with anything, and he's guilty. I just don't like that. That rubs me the wrong way. And we got people really running around here saying that. That's just wrong, bro. I would hope if anybody on this panel or in this chat was accused of something, everybody would want all the information to come out before there's somebody sit here and say you're guilty.
Hold on, we got Judah in the chat. This is what he says. He says, I like how all the Bron fanboys scrambling like eggs on Sunday morning. Now there's so many different variables. What do you mean?
What do you mean? There's the only variable for me is the evidence. Where's the evidence? That's all I'm asking for. Where's the evidence?
It's not. But see, Judah says because we're not stupid. But Judah, it's actually the opposite. You have to be stupid to believe it. And I say that in the nicest way because Sonnen has had a track record of lying on LeBron James since 2013. He accused a man of saying something to his wife. He accused a man of pushing a little kid in a wheelchair out the way because he didn't want to take a picture up with him. He threatened to slap him on national TV. The UFC had to step in and said, you need to quit with this one-sided beef with LeBron James. And then now we have this right here where he's once again decided to say something about LeBron James. And when confronted on the podcast saying to elaborate or provide facts, he says, no, I don't want to. So he's the only one in this situation that you're asking. You're not asking the guy like just like what Twin said. He's the accuser. He made an accusation. He's provided absolutely no facts to support anything that he said. But you guys want LeBron James to come out, show drug tests, literally show all the proof in the world, which even if he did, you wouldn't believe him. The only thing LeBron needs to come out and say is, I've never tested positive. But to you guys, then you guys will say, oh, the NBA is trying to cover it up. So this is not even about LeBron. This is about an NBA and a league that's willing to cover up any misdoings of LeBron just to protect the league and his reputation. Y'all have a wildly crazy perspective on this. He says, Lamont, we live in a world of information. We don't need to show him fact. What do you mean? What information do you have? What information do you have? The only information I need is that the NBA gave him 9 drug tests last year, 6 piss tests, 3 blood. He tested positive every time. How is that not enough evidence? That's like if you're sitting in court, right? And they say, hey, Joe Biden, you broke into this house. And Joe Biden is sitting back saying, okay, the fingerprint expert said my fingerprints were not on nothing. I mean, LeBron James has the best evidence there is. He has the smoking gun. He has the 9 positive drug tests.
You mean negative?
Or yeah, negative. So it's like, why y'all getting mad at LeBron for testing negative? He says, you're assuming that these guys aren't like, well, I don't know what Judah's not a troll. Judah just don't like LeBron.
Listen, again, I love how people are sitting here saying, again, not agreeing with them on their point of view makes you a fanboy. I sat here and said, I can't say he's innocent.
Mm-hmm.
I literally came up here and said that. This is not a defense. I just want the evidence. The dude came out with an accusation. Where's the evidence? I literally said that as soon as I came up here. This is not about guilt or innocence for me. I'm not making a determination until I see some more information. Somehow that makes you a LeBron fanboy or a Bron sexual because I'm sitting here saying, bring more evidence. Can I get more information?
That's the weirdest part about it. This is like you have to be negative when speaking on this to cater to them, to cater to how they feel. I can't have the approach of being cautious about how I can't have the approach of vetting who Chael Sonnen is and if he's even credible. Has he lied about this in the past? Has he lied on LeBron James about anything in the past? Me bringing that up is not right. I don't have to check the credit. I just have to side with whatever he says that's negative. And now it's on LeBron to go sue and do all of this crazy stuff just to prove his innocence. Why do we have to do all that?
My whole thing is this. I just know if this is me and I got the goods on somebody like LeBron James and I can bring him down, bro, and I got all this proof, and I done sat here and said me and him got the same drug dealer, I'm shopping my story to the mass media. Period. When I tell you I'm going to make so much money off of this story, if I have the evidence, I would have been on TV.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that's suspect. Because if you have the evidence and this person's not responding to you, I would make them respond to me by putting out more information. That's how I would do it. But somehow, some way, having that point of view means you're a LeBron James fanboy.
Oh. He says he gave you information. He gave you said drug and he says he gave you said drug and you do your own research and follow the trails. Okay, so what he did was he mentioned the drug. Okay, he said he's taking this drug. Here's the problem, Judah, if you actually do your homework. I actually pulled up the other day, and I'll pull it up again, a doctor who talked about all of the potential steroids. He said, let's suppose LeBron is on the steroids. He listed off everything that you could probably accuse him of. He says EPO is not one of them. He doesn't have the signs and symptoms of using that particular drug. So when you look at LeBron James's physique, he talked about, okay, he has a great physique, but when you look at his forearms, and he says when you look at his shoulders and things like that, he said these don't give an indicator. He says even his jawline doesn't even give a true indication of it. So I don't know what y'all talking about. Like he listed, he said of all the steroids you can accuse LeBron of using, He said one is like Anabol or something crazy. But he was like, none of them make sense. He says it's probably safe to assume he's not doing anything and he's just probably using typical over-the-counter stuff because none of them make sense. But again, when you follow the trails, obviously if you're researching this and you don't want to see anything that supports LeBron, you're going to look past that. You're going to look past what someone who's actually in that field of study says, and you're just going to go to all the negative things or the negative allegations. This was a doctor in that field. I'll pull it up for you again. Let me try to find it. Y'all can get mad at me. You told me to follow the crumbs. I did research. He says, we don't even know how his jawline, what? We don't even know.
Bro, do you hear some of the joke? Bro, do you hear some of this stuff? Forget the fact, like you said, that he's never failed a drug test. Forget all of that. Look at his jawline.
Yep.
Like, this is the dumb. I'm sorry, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yep.
There's no, again, you have an allegation, and now we have to follow a trail of breadcrumbs when someone has claiming he has evidence, has put it out there and won't release the evidence.
Look, I can actually apply what they're doing to myself, right? I remember about 2 years ago, I had a pain on my right rib cage, right? A pain. So you know what I do? I go to Google. What does a pain in your right rib cage mean? I'm saying all types of stuff. They talking about kidney and all. They talking about major organs. I'm like, man, I need to go to the hospital. Right? Because that one symptom, like they keep talking about this jawline and these one symptoms. That one symptom tricked me into going into the hospital. You know what happened when I went to the hospital? They did an ultrasound on my whole side. Cost me thousands of dollars. They said, ain't nothing wrong with you. They said you got to pull muscle, doing too many goddamn sit-ups. I done sit here and wasted all this time and money just for y'all to tell me that I got a pulled muscle in my side that I keep re-aggravating because I keep going to do more sit-ups. It's like, yeah, that's what it is. They said, ain't nothing wrong with nothing in there. Your organs are fine. Everything good. So what they doing is, Twin, is they're taking one thing that they think that LeBron James might have had, that one symptom, and then they're equating it with steroids when it could be something more simplistic. They're not doctors. Just like y'all said, I'm not a doctor. Y'all not doctors, bro.
Like I said, you had Josh down there saying these are all symptoms of HGH. Okay, so you'll show me a failed drug test for HGH now.
I know. See, and that's what kills it right there. Yeah, like these are all things that could potentially be symptoms of HGH. Just like Jordan's baldness, just like Jordan's physique, right? Right. Just like Jordan's endurance, right? Just like Kobe's baldness, just like Kobe's physique, just like Kobe's endurance. So again, if we're going to go to these things, and remember, Kobe's the one that got accused of steroids. Remember, he went to Germany and was getting all these exuberant types of surgeries and procedures done where he can heal and come back better than ever. But y'all don't run with those. Y'all don't run with those narratives, those stories. That's just
and I wouldn't either. And you know why I wouldn't run with it? Because Kobe never failed a drug test.
Never failed a drug test. That's the key. Like anything that you say about Kobe, you can say baldness, right? You can say crazy, weird surgeries. You can say the physique, them playing long careers, still being in great shape, still playing at a high level late into their career. At the end of the day, the one thing that kills that particular reason, he ain't never failed a test. He didn't fail one.
Because people have been sitting here trying to say that about Kobe and Jordan. I've said the same thing I've said about LeBron. They didn't fail a drug test, so to me, all of that is moot.
Look at that. He says, now I believe Kobe got something illegally done. Look, man, y'all got to stop, man. Y'all got to stop.
But what brings you to that conclusion if you have no evidence of it? That's what I don't understand. Where's that belief coming from? That's what I'm confused about. For
says
you to
they didn't-
believe something, there has to be some credible reason for you to believe it. Even going to Germany and getting a surgery, that doesn't mean you did something illegal.
Hold on. He says they didn't bulk up. First of all, Jordan was bench
Gained like
pressing.
15 pounds time over the course of a summer.
Jordan was bench pressing 225s before and after games. Like, you talk about endurance. After playing an NBA game, he's going straight to the weight room hitting the 225s right off the bench. Like, it ain't, man, come on. Y'all got to stop, man. Like, and the funny thing is all these symptoms you can apply to Kobe, LeBron, and Jordan all together. They all going bald. They all got great physiques. They all had endurance. They all played great late into their careers. But with LeBron, it's steroids. With the other two, it's just greatness.
I'm just gonna ask. Anytime I hear somebody talk about this or say something about it, I'm literally, yeah, you're right. They found evidence though that they did use it though, right? Josh, didn't they find evidence that Lance Armstrong, after his career, used PEDs that stripped him of all of his Tour de France trophies? Yes or no? But they had evidence, right?
Facts, Lord Juno. Tom Brady had a little acne, steroids. He couldn't just have no clogged pores on his face. He might have put the wrong Vaseline on his face, clogged up his pores, created an ingrown hair, got another pimple here. Yeah, that wasn't it, John. That wasn't it, Lord Juno. It was steroids. Like, it's just like the example that I gave. When you have a symptom and you overreact, get it checked out and find out it was damn near next to nothing. But when you get to Google trying to play Google doctor, you're going to be thinking there's everything in the world. All y'all doing is y'all taking common everyday things and then you labeling it to LeBron as if it's just steroids, when a lot of you guys are in the chat are balding. You got growths and bumps at all types of places that you don't want to talk about. Some of you guys with these same symptoms are walking around with bumps and growths and hair loss, but y'all ain't taking no steroids. Some of y'all know this stuff.
But the last comment you just had up there about Barry Bonds and Lance Armstrong.
Yeah.
They are correct. Lance Armstrong and Barry Bonds did not pop hot on a test. They had other evidence though, right?
Well, with in Barry Bonds' case, what they had was somebody who said they was an eyewitness. Right? Like,
but that's still considered evidence, right?
Well, that's evidence. Well, what I'm saying is when they asked this guy for evidence, he failed to proceed to provide evidence for his claim, and then he just moved on to Tiger Woods.
But see, this what Josh said right here is literally the argument they're making. They're trying to make it seem like allegations can bring down your career. No, it can't. Only way an allegation can bring down your career is if you have a chorus of people pushing said allegation. There's not going to be enough people to bring down LeBron James with an allegation. Lance Armstrong and Barry Bonds came down due to the fact that they had other evidence besides drug tests. They can't strip you of nothing without evidence. So again, I'm going to ask again. Can we please see some evidence? I'm not sitting here saying he's innocent. Have you once heard me come up here and say he's innocent? I literally came up here and said I would like to see more evidence. Period. I'm not passing judgment without evidence.
And when they say that Barry Bonds never tested positive, that's a lie. Barry Bonds did test positive. And that evidence of him testing positive was presented to the U.S. Supreme Court. I'm looking at it right here. It says, according to the indictment, it says Barry Bonds tested positive for anabolic steroids. They were detected in Bonds' system during a November 2000 test. So when y'all say Bonds didn't test positive, he did test positive. What it ended up happening in some of those cases, especially the cases in legality, evidence ended up getting thrown out because it was mishandled. So they couldn't use that evidence in those particular cases because evidence got mishandled. But he did test positive, and I'm reading it right here. And actually, it says right here It says Barry Bonds tested positive on 3 separate occasions. It says, or he says Barry Bonds, it says court documents show Barry Bonds, this is according to Fox, tested positive for 3 types of steroids. Court documents show he tested positive for these steroids, and his personal trainer once told his business manager in the Giants clubhouse of how he injected the slugger with performance-enhancing drugs. It says prosecutors plan to use those 2000 to 2003 test results and other evidence detailed in documents released Wednesday at Barry Bonds' trial. So when y'all say he didn't test positive, that's a lie. He did test positive. And so in combination with the positive test, in combination with the person that said they injected Barry Bonds, it was the culmination of evidence that led most people to the conclusion that he was on some type of a performance-enhancing drug. It wasn't just one person saying a blanket statement that gave no proof, no descriptions, no evidence to support what they said. And this person didn't have a track record of lying on Barry Bonds for 10 years.
I'm going to be honest. The track record of him lying means nothing to me. If you're accusing somebody, bring forth the evidence.
We got Josh says jawline surgery, eye surgery, weight loss gain, biogenesis link, cramps, 2-week sabbatical in Miami. All right. So he went to Miami. So here's some of the things. I've had weight gain. I've had cramps. I've had 2-week trips in Florida. So because I meet 3 of the criteria on your list, Josh, does that mean I've been using performance enhancing drugs? Oh, I also had recent surgery.
So since LeBron James was linked to this biogenesis,
he wasn't linked. Not linked.
Say okay, if he's linked, so somebody should go down there, some news organization should go down there and grab up this paperwork and present it to the world. That's all I'm asking. I don't go off of word of mouth. I go off of actual evidence. Having surgery does not mean you. Okay, hold up. So when you get certain surgeries, they can give you certain medications that actually helps you build that muscle back up, depending on the surgery you get. Did anybody know that?
Well, look, here's the thing. What they're doing, and what Josh is doing, is he's fighting all common sense and logic. So at the end of the day, so let's say I'm a judge, right? Let's say I'm a judge, and let's say a defendant walks in. And this defendant walks in with almost every indication that he might be smoking crack, right? Mannerisms, the way he's acting, the way he smells, the way he looks, every indication that he's giving me that he's smoking crack. You know, at the end of the day, what the judge is going to do?
He's looking for a drug test.
Send him in for a drug test. I think that, man. So the thing is, even all of these, even in almost any other situation, even if I look and that person very well may come back, it might not have nothing in their system. All of those symptoms, all of the things in my mind could be something completely different. But the one thing that usurps everything in y'all head, what y'all think is going on, is the testing. The testing is what kills it all. Y'all keep going around the actual testing.
Exactly.
Like that's the end all be all to this conversation. If he passes the test, he's good. Why do y'all keep going back to all of these other symptoms that you've Googled? Y'all Googled this. What y'all done is y'all Googled it. Y'all went to the one website, because there's also websites that will tell you these things aren't connected. You went to the one website that can potentially confirm what you're saying.
Give him his confirmation.
Yeah, so you're finding confirmation along with using what this guy said. But at the end of the day, if let's say the NBA thinks all of these things could potentially be true, you know what the NBA is going to do? They're going to say, hey, LeBron, we need to test you for drugs. And then what he's going to end up doing is LeBron's going to come back testing negative once again. And then when he tests negative again, like how many times does he have to test negative before you guys just leave it alone?
Like you said, at this point, it's not gonna matter, bro. It's not gonna matter.
It don't.
This is hate of the man at this point. This has nothing to do with what's actually going on. This has nothing to do with right or wrong. This is just hate of the person, and it's sad. Because at the end of the day, I don't think the standards should change whether or not you like somebody. If somebody has done something wrong, if somebody has done something illegal, they should absolutely present evidence that you did something wrong and illegal. It shouldn't matter whether or not you like that person or dislike that person. That's what I'm saying. I would do this. I would sit here and have this stance for anybody. If you are a public figure and somebody says some shit about you, I need to make an informed decision. I can't just sit here and go by what somebody said, because anybody can say anything.
Yeah. We got Josh says, why didn't Bonds get busted and make the news in 98 if he failed the test? Because as I just read, Josh, it says the test that he was administered in November of 2000, not 1998. He says they found 3 positive tests for Barry Bonds from 2000 to 2003. I'm not for sure where you're getting 1998 from, but this is something that was reported on Fox News, and the U.S. government was using it as an evidence in a trial against Barry Bonds. Nobody said nothing about a 1998 test. Not for sure where you're getting this information. All right. So again, let it go. And then we got Vibe Star. He says he doesn't get tested. They announce when they test players. No, they don't announce when they test players. Players can announce when they get tested, and it's only up to the player if they want to tell everybody. Like when Donovan Mitchell told everybody he got drug tested, just like when Damian Lillard announced to everybody that he got drug tested. The league does not come out and publicly say what players they test and when. Players actually come out and say, "Oh, I was tested today."
I was going to say, I've never ever been able to look up a drug testing schedule for the NBA.
Oh,
Where's
they lie?
This is just delusional at this point, bro.
You say first of all, it was confirmed last year that LeBron James got tested 9 times. So that means that the maximum amount of times you can test a player within a year is 9 times. That means 6 piss tests, 3 blood in 1 year. The minimum that you can test a player is 4 times. So every NBA player gets tested at a minimum of 4 times, maximum 9 times throughout a year. Vibestar says vets get tested once. That's a lie, Vibestar. That's a lie. That's a lie. I literally just read it. I got it right in front of me right here. Hold on. I still got it pulled up. Right here. I got to see the whole CBA is right here in front of me. In their joint anti-drug program, the NBA and the NBA Players Association state that program subjects, and then it has parentheses. So who are the program subjects? All NBA players, right? All NBA players are subject to no more than 9 random unannounced drug tests during each season and off season, up to 6 urine tests and 3 blood tests. It says each player mandatorily will take 4 random drug tests, 1 blood, 3 urine tests. And then it states right here, this is what a doctor further stated. He says it would be close to impossible for LeBron or any player in the NBA to pass a test if they were using EPO. He specifically states that EPO will stay in your system for up to 2 years. So unless you guys are saying that LeBron has some type of new science that's so advanced with his money that he's about 10 years ahead of all advanced drug testing, then I'll give it to you if that's your allegation. But then you would have to go forth and prove that. But outside of that, y'all just lying now.
You can't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative.
Salute, Dex, man. It's facts, Dex. It's called due process. He says, so why are they testing them the maximum amount of times? I don't know. It's all random, George Henderson. Sometimes I don't believe they're random, because why would you test Damian Lillard after he scores 71? Why would you test Donovan Mitchell after he scores? Why would you test Corey Brewer after his 50-point game? I don't think the drug testing is all random. But for LeBron James to be tested the maximum amount of times, especially last year, it wouldn't surprise me. I bet the NBA was wondering, okay, well, if this man's going to be playing at this level, we probably want to stay on top of his testing to make sure he's all on the up and up.
I mean, he averaged 30. He averaged 30. And he kind of damn near is averaging 30 this year.
He said the haters just wanted to be true. Y'all, I bet y'all licking y'all fingers just hoping the NBA is going to announce one
Listen,
day
if
LeBron
it's
James
true,
failed the test.
let me make something perfectly clear. Any evidence comes out that LeBron James cheated the game, I'll be right over here or anywhere else sitting here saying he ain't shit. He cheated the game. And I have no problem doing that. Because you cheated the game. I don't like people that cheat the game, bro.
Pick and Pop just said, this is a waste of energy. He said the man is clean. Facts, Pick and Pop. This is just a waste of time. Right? This is just a waste of time because what we're dealing with is a whole bunch of YouTube doctors who've Googled up symptoms of PED use, right? And then they've put together their own conclusion of what LeBron James is, even though their favorite players have the same symptoms. Kobe's had a multitude of surgeries in the country and out of the country, bald and all this stuff. Same with Jordan. I mean, you're talking about a guy that smoked cigars and drank his whole time in the league, but still found a way to stay in great shape, all this, that, and other, benching before and after games. Crazy endurance, playing 38, 45 minutes a game. Come on, y'all.
You can't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative. There's, like you said, you're reading the CBA's drug policy.
X-Man, he says, two people in the comments are making the claim, y'all acting like the whole world. No, X-Man, it's not two people. This live wasn't based on two people. This live stream was based on me going to YouTube, and every time I go to YouTube, I see people that casuals look at as credible, and I see people pushing the things that Chael Sonnen saying is fact. And remember, I'm not here to fight LeBron's case. I'm here to question Chael Sonnen's credibility. Like I said, his credibility, like anybody else could say this and it would have more credibility. He said it. And he has a track record of lying on LeBron, making up allegations against LeBron, talking down on LeBron, threatening to fight LeBron. He has a record of the UFC telling him to stop with your one-sided beef against LeBron. He's the least credible person.
I don't care who said it. If you say something about somebody, prove it. I don't care who said it. That's literally my only point. I don't care if this dude said it or somebody else said it. Provide the evidence. If you're not providing the evidence, you clout chasing.
Black Genius. He said, let's keep it real. White folks been accusing LeBron of cheating for years. Trump made it worse. I expect it from them, but not from y'all. Look, but my thing is, where's y'all energy against Tiger Woods? He said Tiger Woods was on it too. Where's y'all energy as far as tearing Tiger Woods down, making sure he's not the GOAT?
Same thing with Tiger Woods. He accused Tiger Woods. Where's Tiger Woods' failed drug test? Again, this goes back to evidence for me. Whoever he accused in that video, I don't care if it was Tiger Woods, I don't care if it was Serena Williams, I don't care who he said. And unless you can provide evidence that they did this, bruh, he's clout chasing. And y'all are helping him clout chase.
He said they tested LeBron James based on the fact that he was leading the league in fast break points. Facts. That's why they were testing him a lot, Dex. But he was getting tested. He says Tiger Woods.
I just don't like the standard change. The standard shouldn't change for anybody. It should always be the same for everybody.
Okay, John.
Anybody that got accused of something, you wouldn't want nobody coming. You wouldn't want the world coming down on you if you got accused of something with no evidence, bro.
That's facts. Josh says, Josh, why are we talking about Barry Bonds, man? Honestly, look, if you want to go, if you want to go fight the arguments and the narratives about Barry Bonds, go do that. But that's Barry Bonds. Why the MLB did those things with Barry Bonds, I don't know. He says, y'all on here lying to each other because it feels better. But Vibe Star, I want you to come on here and tell us the truth. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Just look.
I wonder what lie have I told? I said this dude made an accusation. He hasn't provided evidence.
Hold on.
I want the evidence.
We can't address him no more. Josh and Vibe Star. Here we go. I put the link in the chat for you guys. Right. And then so I'm gonna also do you one better. I'm gonna put you both on timeout so you don't get tempted to just keep typing. Right? You don't get tempted to keep typing. So now you can't type. So now you have to just come on. So now both of y'all just gotta come on. Because you can't type no more.
This makes me know never mind. Bro, I'm just wondering why the stand just changed for one person. I know how it feels to be accused of some shit. It don't feel good. But at the same time, you know why I never got in trouble when someone accused me of some shit? Because I didn't do it. I would hope that standard would apply to everybody. But for some strange reason, this dude could come out, say some shit about icons in our community, and people want to run with it because they don't like it.
Thank you, Black Genius. He done got beat down by John Jones. Now he want to accuse all the greats using steroids. Oh, the only way this is what he said. He said, man, he says, as soon as I grappled with John Jones, he says, I knew he was on steroids. He said, ain't no way nobody this strong. That's basically saying, as soon as you grapple with him, you knew you was about to get your ass beat. That's basically what you're saying. He says, as soon as I grabbed him, I knew he was on steroids. He was too strong. I was like, well, you basically just knew at that point in time you was about to get fucked up. That's all it means.
Crazy part is John Jones did test positive for shit. He did. You know what that's called? The truth, and there was evidence. Why is it in this case I'm asking for the same thing and I'm sitting here trying to make somebody feel better? I just want the dude to present the evidence.
They haven't. He's never tested positive.
I know. That's all I want. Is some more information. Why is it asking these questions somehow, some way makes you anything other than somebody wanting the information? They're sitting here saying LeBron James should sue him and then we'll get the information. So basically, you're saying the accused person, and this doesn't have to just be LeBron James. It could be anybody else. The accused have to prove their innocence. Since when?
Hey, look, twin. I'm gonna go ahead and shut this one down, man. I got to go ahead and
Thanks for letting me come up, bro.
Salute, man. Pull up, man. Make sure you pull up tomorrow, man. I like your takes, man.
I've been to other platforms, and the only thing they like to do is insult you if you don't go with the narrative.
Hey, man, it is like I'm sure there's a lot we could potentially disagree on, man. It's not like that. It is what it is, man.
Listen, I'm all for conversation. I don't have to curse anybody out. I don't have to toss insults. I'm going to literally just ask follow-up questions. If you're coming to me with anecdotal evidence with some shit that you saw on the internet to try to glue some shit together, no. These people, these athletes have a workplace that have drug policies. They have testing. So until you can show me a failed drug test, all that other shit is cap. Mm-hmm. And that goes for anybody. In any league, any profession. Until you can show evidence that somebody did something illegal or somebody cheated the game, you're clout chasing. It's cap. This shows that y'all are actually idol worshipers and y'all are actually just praying for somebody's downfall. And I don't understand why. That's crazy. But thanks for letting me come up, bro.
All right, salute, man. I'm hopefully get you on this one again tomorrow when we go live, man. But look, y'all, man, look. Hey, Herm, I don't know what's going on with y'all. Look, I keep telling people, when it comes to LeBron James, there's a ton of things that you can criticize him on. You don't have to make stuff up or go with fake narratives, right? You can stick to basketball and you can criticize the decision. If you want to criticize some of his mannerisms on the court, not being the best leader at times, right? If you want to criticize how he's criticized his teammates publicly, like there are things that you can criticize about him and potentially make a really good case if you just want to find ways to slander the man and you don't want to talk about anything positive. But the fact that a lot of you guys are running with the fake narratives, That tells me you just running out of stuff. That just tells me right there, when you run with these fake narratives, you just running out of stuff to try to knock. Right? A lot of y'all have gotten debunked. He says Chael Sonnen is a woman beater and a rapist, but Herm, y'all don't care about that. And Herm, I've never heard you on anybody's panel say he's not credible because he's a woman beater or a rapist. Which to me, him being a woman beater and a rapist, those aren't the things that don't make him credible. It's his history of lying on LeBron James specifically that don't make him credible. Right? It's the same thing as like if I'm a detective, right? And I have a guy that's working for me as a snitch. Okay. This snitch that I get, he might be in the streets, he might be committing other crimes. That doesn't make him not credible. What would make this snitch not credible is if he has a track record of lying in open court on other drug dealers. So if he's been lying in open court on other drug dealers, why the hell would I use him as a snitch? Because the only thing the prosecution is going to say, well, didn't you lie on such and such and such and all these other cases? What makes you credible now? That's what's going to come into play. I'm just talking about his credibility. Y'all getting mad because he's not credible. Y'all getting mad, but this man didn't lie. This man's wife was hitting on LeBron and he got mad and said LeBron James said some sexually disturbing things to her. Like, y'all don't care that the man lied and tried that literally could have jeopardized his career. He says, I'm not getting on you about being wrong. What? About Ja Morant with the narrative you created? What are you talking about? What? What? Being wrong about what narrative? What? What? I didn't create a narrative. I can't create narratives. My platform's not big enough to create a narrative. What I try to do is I get you guys to think outside the box and think, and just like I said, Herm, actually, my live yesterday proved that I was right. All right. My live yesterday proved that I was right. Because Herm, like I said, you are a part of a lot of conversations where people were saying Ja Morant will be suspended for the entire year. What did I say, Herm? I said there's absolutely no way he's going to get suspended for a full year. I said the Players Association is not going to let them do him like that. And what happened? Adam Silver came out and said it's just an 8-game suspension, which is extremely fair in this case. He's never been in trouble before. He broke one of the rules. It was conduct detrimental to the league. He got a fair punishment. 8 games is fair. What are you talking about? Y'all be getting mad, like, because I be challenging the norm. Just because I don't run, I wasn't willing to run with the narrative that Ja Morant was just this fake gangbanger. No, he just made a few mistakes. I'm not going to act like I know the man's whole character because he made a few mistakes. I'm not going to run around talking about this man needs all types of help because he made a few mistakes. He don't. You don't get to where Ja Morant is at because he's all the things that people were trying to say that he was. So I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's all it was. He's talking about how to grit. No, what I'm saying was, I said that was a narrative. I said that was a narrative. Did I say it was factual? I said it's definitely something you want to talk about. I said if Ja Morant doesn't play another game this year, I said, is it because the Grizzlies don't want to ante up on that $39 million, which would have been the case if he makes All NBA first team. Now, obviously, he's not making All NBA first team because his name has been muddied and no voter is going to vote for him. But like I said, I'm not about to walk around, especially me of all people. I'm not about to walk around acting like I'm all high and mighty and perfect and free of making mistakes. And then run around talking about Ja Morant needs help, needs to be suspended 50 games. He ain't coming back. He acting like, no. Y'all running around acting like y'all all high and mighty. Like y'all above reproach. right? Y'all be the first ones to cry talking about the legal system is against black people. They always trying to slam, but then y'all inviting the legal system to come take Ja Morant's freedom. He lucky he ain't in jail. Like, what are y'all talking about? He better hope he didn't carry that gun in his luggage. Well, just like I said, well, maybe it was one of his buddies' gun or something. Maybe he was just showing out with it. I'm not about to act like I'm all high and mighty like that. Thank you, Land of the Heartless. We all made mistakes. And you know what happens? We all hope when we make those mistakes. We all hope that when we make those mistakes that somebody is going to have the empathy to give us a pass. Now, if you make the mistakes multiple time after time after time after time and again, then I can understand why you get slammed eventually. But when you early on, when you make those mistakes, the only thing you can really hope for is that somebody's going to have the common sense approach to be like, all right, let's go ahead and give them a pass this time. We're going to discipline you, right? We're going to give you some form of a punishment, but we ain't going to come down with the axe. The way people were talking, they wanted the NBA to come down with the axe. They wanted to smash an ant with a 2x4. Ja Morant's history is just an ant. Y'all wanted to smash that ant with a 2x4. Overkill. Stupid. Stop it. He says, you too simple-minded, Lamont. You attacking content creators, but not the white. I spent this whole stream talking about Chael Sonnen. Herm, you came in late. This whole stream, all the articles that I talked about, did you see the title of the video? Did you see the information that I put out? Right? What do you think this is, Herm? This is attacking Chael Sonnen's credibility. He lied on LeBron James here. He said LeBron James walked up to his fiance in 2013 and asked her if she had a TikTok in her blouse. Or are you happy to see me? Chael Sonnen lied on LeBron James and said that he saw LeBron James push a kid in a wheelchair to the side and say, I'm not taking a picture with you. He lied. The UFC had to tell Chael Sonnen, stop with this stupid one-sided feud with NBA superstar LeBron James. I attacked him. See, Herm, I brought all this up. This is all new information to you. See, now what you're going to do, Herm, you can take this information to those other platforms, and when they start talking about it, you can go and act like you did the research yourself. I did it for you, Herm. I don't care if you don't give me credit for giving you this information, because I know my name is not allowed to be spoken on a lot of other platforms. So you can take this information and you can go patrol around to these other platforms like Players Choice and Ticket TV and Kareem's channel. You can parade around these other platforms and act like you did the work. Now you look at Herb lying. Look at Herb lying. He says, no, I did. He says, I've been brought up the Bleacher Report from man, Herb, you gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop, Herb. You gotta stop lying, Herb. You gotta stop lying, bro. Prince Legend says, explain the Lakers' loss, please. They're not a very good team. They're not a very good team without Anthony Davis and LeBron James. It's enough said right there. I mean, it's not rocket science at this point. I'm tired of explaining the Lakers' losses when Bron and AD are on the floor. They're not a very good team without them. Exactly, John Wick. He's just lying, man. Like I said, Herm, it's okay. I already know what you're going to do, Herm. I know you're going to take the information that I'm giving you, and then you're going to go parade around elsewhere as if you did the research. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that, Herm. Right? But a lot of the stuff that I'm bringing up is a lot of the stuff that I talked about, Herm, is not one article. like a lot of the articles that I pulled up aren't even Bleacher Report. This ain't Bleacher Report right here. This is from this is from an MMA website. This right here, this is from an MMA website. It's called UFC Interview. This is not from no Bleacher Report. So I don't know what you read on Bleacher Report, but that's not my source. This picture right here, this woman right here, when Chael Sonnen in 2013, a lot of people didn't even know this happened. See, when I pulled up the TMZ report, when TMZ originally reported her that she was fawning all over LeBron, right? They titled it Chael Sonnen's. They actually took it down. Chael Sonnen's fiance fawning over LeBron. That pissed the man off. So then what he did, he flipped the story and tried to make it seem like no, LeBron was hitting on her, which was a lie. Come on, man. You got to stop it, Herm. See, I'm just killing his credibility. I'm just killing his credibility, Herm. Like I said, anybody else could have said it but him. He's not very credible when it comes to talking about LeBron James. So look, Herm, you can't come up here now trying to tell me to go look at something from Herm. I spent all morning researching this. I don't even really like Bleacher Report. I don't consider Bleacher Report accurate or credible. So why would I go run the Bleacher Report for information? I consider Bleacher Report to be aggregate media. They're not very credible. That's the last source I'm going to use and speak on publicly. They're not credible. So you're not going to see me parading around Bleacher Report articles as a part of facts that I use because they are not credible. Now, they might have tagged along to this story and reported somewhat on it. I'm not going to use that as facts. He says, you smart. I know, but it sounds good to say, Herm. It sounds good to say. But the one thing I know for certain is I am smart. And see, Herm, a lot of people like you and a lot of people that debate me, y'all don't like me because of that. See, y'all don't like me because I can outthink you. That's why. Y'all don't like me because I actually use my brain. I understand this. I've accepted this for a long time. I don't overthink. I just think. When I hear something stupid, I say that's stupid. When I hear something that don't make sense, I say it don't make sense. When I see people over exaggerating what the league should do to Ja Morant, I call it is what it is. Right? I don't understand how people like Ticket, who literally slam Stephen A. Smith and Jason Whitlock for tearing down black athletes. I don't understand how in the same breath you guys can proceed to tear down black athletes. Herm, you saying a lot of stuff that sounds good. I don't know what you mean by presentation or all this stuff. But what I do is I just think, and I just outthink you guys. A lot of you guys, it's like Herm, it's like, I don't really, and this might be pretty brash, but I really don't look at a lot of you guys as like extremely intelligent people. Right? There's only a handful of people like Chill, Young Africa, Sturdy, Bang. There's only a handful of people that I feel can intellectually match me. But it ain't too many of y'all that I really think are too bright. And Herm, you just happen to be one of them people that I just don't really feel like you just one of the brightest crayons in the box, man. And that's like not no shade. But when you lose to Mookie in a debate, it's hard for me to take you serious. Right? When Mookie is able to record your inconsistencies and then play it to you as an ether, I can't take you as very credible. right? This is very similar to even with Mac Def. Mac Def lost to GOAT Mike in a basketball debate. It's gonna be hard for Mac Def to seem very credible in basketball conversations going forward because of that. This is just the reality of it. If ask Dejon Marcus, he lost to Mookie. Mookie didn't even have to debate him. Mookie just recorded him being inconsistent and then played it. Herm, I heard you saying this over here. Herm, I heard you saying this over here. Herm says, no, I didn't. Herm, I recorded you. And then he hit play. Ether. It's hard. Like, y'all say, a lot of people that say they don't like me, especially people that don't know me, like people like T Price that will speak on me. I don't even know who he is. I've never had a conversation with him, but he says he had beef with me. He's like, how do I have beef with you? I don't even know what his basketball talking points are. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not even trying to be funny, y'all. Right? A lot of you, like it's like when I was trying to debate Ticket. Like I was trying to debate Ticket. The crazy, like this is how I know y'all don't think a lot. Because when I was debating Ticket, we was having a Draymond Green conversation. I was in the middle of saying something that was actually praise towards Ticket TV. But because he can't think and he overreacted emotionally, he thought I was taking a personal shot at him. And then you had some of his minions in the chat. Oh, that's personal. No, I was actually really giving him a legitimate compliment. But you not thinking and you quick to run your mouth like I get on you all the time, Herm, about running your mouth and not actually listening, that you think everything that I say is about to be taking a shot at you when it was actually a compliment. Because when you do research on Ticket, it's a ton of coaches that coached him, coaches that coached against him, that will talk about his game and compare his game to that of Draymond Green's. He got praised for that as a professional basketball player. That's a compliment. Just start thinking, huh? Because if you start thinking, then the first thing you're going to do when you start thinking is you're going to just zip your mouth up and you're not going to start blurting stuff out. See, I'm really just giving you debate strategy and preparation. So when actually you go to player's choice, you can actually kind of sound intelligent over there and you ain't lulling and your voice ain't dragging and you actually enunciating all your words and whatnot. And then you don't get caught up in these weird random tips, man. Oh man, you can't talk to me like that. And bro, it's just the internet. All that stuff to me is unintelligent. Lamont, you got to watch the replay. A lot of those guys in the comments were on your side. All right, they probably were. It's hard for me to keep up with the comments. Sometimes I do notice that a lot, Johnny Ali. I'll be in the comment. I'll rewatch the video. I'll see the comments. I'm like, man, I misinterpreted that comment. But Johnny, that's why I tell people just come on the panel. If you come on the panel, it's much easier for you to get your point across and then there ain't no confusion. Herm says 80% of the time I troll. I don't get serious till money's on. Oh my God. All right, so you gonna debate Young Africa for money, Herm? So Herm, you're gonna debate Young Africa for money. Right? So I want to see you get serious. I'll let you choose Young Africa or Sturdy. Choose who gonna light you up in the debate. I want to see you get serious one time. Since you can really think, all right, let's put you up against some of the best. Young Africa or Sturdy, which one you want? I compel you not to go with Sturdy. I don't know if you really have a better chance against Young Africa because you talk about presentation. That Young Africa come with the presentation. So let's set it up there. And you know what? I put the money up. And during the stream, I tell everybody to add to the pool by donating to the Cash App, and we can make the pool of money even bigger. So let's put money on the line, Herm. I will start it with $100 of my own money. We'll let the chat add to it as you debate. We'll try to get the pot up to $500 for you. So then we can make it interesting. We can put the money. I want to see you get serious. He says, I'm aware of what I do daily in Young Africa. Bro, you can't threaten your way out of this. I just said, you can choose between one of the two, Sturdy or Africa. We'll put the money up. You said you don't get serious until we see the money. I'm putting my own money up. Look at Herm. Hey, I could see Herm get to talking about all this other stuff, man. He says, I could have schooled you on Pippen. Okay, you coulda, you woulda. Okay, do you want Sturdy or do you want Young Africa? And we have set the debate up for tomorrow for the money. Choose your poison. Herm, choose your poison, Sturdy or Young Africa. Or do we got to send you down to the JV league and we got to put you up against Mac Def? Right? Do we got to do where do we got to send you, man? Do we got to send you to the G League or something to go debate antisocial or something? You just said you can think. Now what he's doing, y'all, is Herm's silence. He's trying to think his way out of this one. He's trying to think his way out. He's trying to think of what can I say to get me up out of this? Because now you've set the precedence for when you get serious. And if we put money up and you say you get serious and you get destroyed in the debate, Herm, I know you don't duck. I'm just waiting for you to tell me who your poison is going to be. Young Africa or Sturdy, and I will set the rest up. I will make sure the debate's set up within the next 2 days. Just hit me up on IG. The number, we'll get the right time, everything. Hold on. Let me see if I can go text him now. Hold on. No, Herm, I don't got your number, man. Why you put that in there? Stop trying to think, Herm. If I have your number, I don't have it anymore. Text me on IG. I don't have your number, Herm. You gonna say I got your number? Most of your channel, he says, most of your channel hate me. So shit, I know what it, bro. So now you trying to say, first of all, Goat Mike was hated on this channel. When Goat Mike beat Mac Def in the debate, that was a point in time where Goat Mike was hated. He was running around threatening people with fake guns and everything. He won the debate. Right? Antisocial lost a football debate over here to some random. It ain't, bro. When it comes time to vote, we saw True the King lose a debate. Or what did he lose? I forgot who he lost to. But now you're trying to act like the chat ain't credible when they voting, when they've really shown no bias in the votes. Come on, man. Y'all, you gotta stop, man. Don't do that to John Marcus, man. Go Mike is go Mike, man. And like I said, man, people come from all different walks of life, man. You know, Go Mike is Go Mike. I mean, you know, for whatever you think of Go Mike, for whatever his educational level might be, right? You know, obviously we you know, if you've done your research on Goat Mike, you know, it is what it is. But if you look at where he is now, like I've never seen a guy so diligent and loves his job so much. I mean, it's a lot of y'all embarrassed about some of the places y'all work. Goat Mike takes pride in working at Walmart. He's proud to have a job, bringing in a paycheck every week. He's proud to have a channel, getting the donations every now and then to cook. He takes pride in it. So I'm not tripping. Now he says, "What's your highest level of education, man?" He says, "I'm not." He says, "I want to." It's Herm. Okay, Herm. Sturdy or Young Africa? Sturdy or Young Africa? Don't get to trying to use that this chat don't like you. That don't have not, because at the end of the day, regardless of what the chat vote is, right? If I feel like the chat vote is off and biased, I'm just gonna override it. Come on, let's stop trying to talk about just Sturdy or Young Africa, man. I feel like hey chat. I feel like I've given him enough time to decide who he wants to debate, because he said he can think. So I'm going to put him against two of the best thinkers. What's my highest level? Take a guess. If you say I overthink stuff, then you should be able to know. I know Double E. I know. Look, y'all, we're going to get up out of here. Look, I'm going to drop the cash at one time, man. Look, support if you need to. Definitely appreciate anything you guys throw into supporting the cash app, man. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. The channel is growing. We on the road to 100K subscribers, man. You know, hey y'all. Later this week, I'm gonna be having a stream. I'm gonna be doing a stream, really talking about YouTube monetization. Right, I'm gonna be showing you guys how much I make on YouTube. Right, and because I'm gonna be starting some courses. And this idea was brought to me by actually another company. This idea was brought to me by another company, and they said that they think I would be. I think they watched one of my videos, just kind of talking about SEO, and so they said, we want to help you set up some courses, teaching some things about how to monetize your channel, even if you turn off monetization on YouTube. They want me to talk about monetization in YouTube, monetization outside of YouTube, marketing your channel the right way, right? Because you hear so many people, and I think this is one of the biggest flaws. Nothing against Ticket TV, but I think Ticket, he talks about other content creators that might have been on his platform, and he says, I made these guys. And he says, if it wasn't for me, their channels wouldn't have grown. And I think that's a misstatement, because it takes a lot more than just knowing one YouTuber. Unless you're talking about somebody like Mr. Beast, it's going to take a lot more than that to grow on YouTube. And so when you see people like Mookie, who's grown his platform, A Weezy Bang, who's grown his platform, True the King, who's growing his platform, even Goat Mike, who grew his platform, it takes a lot more than just one person to build you up. Some of these guys are actually doing things. Maybe not the perfect strategy. Even I don't act like I have the perfect strategy. There's probably other people who do it better than me. But you have to give them some level of credit as content creators for building up their platforms, because it takes a lot more than just one person. Like, I've given a ton of people shout outs, and it doesn't always lead to them getting 1,000 subs. It actually takes that content creator getting to work. So we're running some courses on YouTube monetization. And the best thing about some of the strategies I'm gonna be talking about, it works in almost any business. Yeah, big art too. You know, that's like Bang is not gonna, like, Bang probably helped show Art the work ethic on how to consistently go live and do things with, the graphics and but Big Art's growth is based on Big Art's work. I just don't see Bang running around, because I think Bang understands the work that it took to get to where he is. I don't believe he's going to run around talking about he created big art. I mean, it takes a lot more than that. I mean, if it was that easy to make YouTube channels, I would have made 10 FYF channels and I would have had 10 channels with 75,000 subscribers. If it's that easy to blow up another channel. Y'all see my second channel, I'm barely at 2,000 subscribers. But the reason why that channel is at 2,000 subscribers, I'm not putting as much time into that channel as I am this channel. I put more content and more attention to this channel, so this channel is getting the growth. That channel over there is stagnant because I'm not putting the time and work in. Don't matter who shouts that other channel out, no matter what anybody says or does about the channel, it's not going to grow until I start putting the work in over there. So again, if you guys got businesses, t-shirt lines, clothing lines, business ideas, you got any websites out there, I'm going to be running some courses again. With the help of some partners who's going to help me create these study sessions. We're going to be talking about how to monetize your business and things like that. All right. We're going to be, and I'm going to be doing a live stream this week to kind of talk about that, let you guys know what the course is going to be offering. And then we just going to get to teaching you guys, because all it takes is for me to show you one time and you don't need me no more. All right. You can just off and run it. So it's not no subscription, anything like that. But we definitely want to get these courses out there. I just think it's a great idea. And I think it's best to use their platform to push it, because obviously we do sports over here and it's tough to get off topic a lot. Salute to Chris in there. Cuba Stark says, yeah, YouTube, sometimes the YouTube algorithm is not very nice. But see, Cuba, the one thing that I've noticed too, though, is you can always fix yourself in the YouTube algorithm, because I know there was a period of time where I stopped doing videos for like 3 months. No lives, nothing. Probably like 2.5 months. Kind of messed up my momentum in the algorithm. But you just got to grind to get it back. And there's a lot of secrets. There's a lot of things you want to understand about SEO that can really help you, Cuba. So let's not blame the algorithm. The algorithm is just a program. Programs are designed to do what it's designed to do. So if you understand the algorithm, then you can get your channel back right. So, it is what it is. So when y'all see content creators and their channels look like they got stagnant, like when you look at Carcino, even when you look at Kwame Brown's channel, right? A ton of growth up into a certain level, then it just gets stagnant. I mean, you have to ask yourself, okay, you rode the wave of popularity can only take you so far, but then you actually have to start putting in the work, the marketing, the strategy, the SEO strategies and things of that nature. You have to start grinding that way. And then you have to know the tricks of the trade. Maybe you don't have a big marketing budget. So if you don't have the big marketing budget to pay YouTube ads or Google ads to promote your video, maybe you don't have the budget to get some of these automated AI resources like vidIQ, then how do you supplement that with some of the free resources? We're going to be talking about all that. Team Lil Corey says YouTube Shorts is key. And you know what, Team Lil Corey, I've been toying with the YouTube Shorts, but I think I've figured out a trick. Because Team Lil Corey, I think the one trick is YouTube Shorts will get you a ton of subscribers. But then how in turn, because one thing I noticed about the subscribers who subscribe through YouTube Shorts, those same subscribers don't generally tend to get notifications of the live streams. They don't pull up to a lot of the live streams. And now you have to ask yourself, okay, they got subscribed through the shorts, but why are they not pulling up to the live stream and the live stream content? What's going on there? Right? Because I think I got a couple shorts with millions and millions of views. I got some shorts where if you look at the analytics and say, okay, this short got you 900 subscribers. Where are those subscribers at? How come they ain't showing up to the lives? And so I think that's something I'm going to be talking about in these channels is how do you convert those new subscribers from the shorts? How are you getting them over to your channel? And the one thing you have to know, Team Lil Corey, is that not all of them, not everybody, they're going to be interested in sports content. A lot of times you got some people who might subscribe just because they love the video that much. They might not have no real interest in the channel. And so then now you have to play percentages. How can I get 10% of the people? So if you get 900 subscribers off one shot, so sure, how can I get 90 of those people to come into my lives? That makes a big difference. So those are the things we're going to be talking about in that class. And look, if you don't feel like it's valuable, you don't have to pay for it. I understand that. But if you have a business, if you have a YouTube channel, if you have a platform anywhere else, it's going to be valuable. Right? And I'll try my best to make it affordable. I talked to them about pricing and where we should price things out at. I think I've come up with a fair price for this course. Remember, it's not one thing, it's a course. We're going to cover a multitude of topics and we're going to have courses. And so if you're an up and coming content creator, I think there's a lot of things that I learned about SEO and building my own businesses outside of YouTube. And the best thing about me is when I started building my businesses outside of YouTube, I didn't have much money for a marketing budget. So I had to find ways to market without much of a marketing budget. You got other people who start these websites and businesses, but they might have a $10,000 marketing budget. They might have been able to go to the bank and get a big loan. And they can get, that's kind of the cheat code, because then you can pay for the Google ads. And not only can you pay for the Google ads, you could pay for a Google ad expert to come in, and it's kind of the cheat code. But it's not cheap. And so this channel's obviously going to be for the people without that big time marketing budget, and you just looking to get the traction so you can start bringing in revenue so you can pay for those better forms of marketing. So it is what it is now. But salute to Lakers and 6 ENT. Appreciate Team Lil, Corey, Cuba Starks, Ray Durazo, Alex Fitzgerald. Alex Fitzgerald says, it grew my channel back in 2011. 1,600 subs, got hit with copyright strikes. I got to figure out a way to start over. YouTube is strict. Yeah, YouTube is strict. And one thing y'all got to understand now is YouTube is not the end all be all. Okay? YouTube is not the end all be all. This is something I'm going to be talking about in my courses. You want to use YouTube for what it is, but don't come in the door thinking YouTube is going to be your big money maker. Right? My biggest money maker with FI is not YouTube. My biggest money maker is with Newsbreak. These same videos that I put out on YouTube, I make 30 times as much putting it on Newsbreak. And that's not that. And I might be underselling it. Like a video on YouTube where I might get 10K, 14K views, potentially dollars. If I get 10K, 14K views on Newsbreak, I make like $6,500. Now, Newsbreak is more selective with the content creators, right? It's more selective, right? You got to get approved to sell over there. So to even get to a platform like Newsbreak, you have to build yourself up other places. So you have now what is called a social presence. Are you relevant in the sports circle? See, you can't just be like Cuba, just randomly talking about sports every now and then and just try to go to Newsbreak. Can't do that. So it is what it is, y'all. Nah, it's Cuba. I'm just joking with you. But look, y'all, man, look, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode, man. Make sure y'all keep tuning in for these videos, man. We got a lot of different lives coming up, a lot of new stuff coming for the channel as we try to get to 100K subscribers. I'm definitely trying to get to that plaque. That's going to be an awesome moment to get that YouTube plaque. That's going to be big time. All right. So we looking to get to 8K. We're going to take it step by step, man. The goal is to get to a 100K, man. It only helps with you guys, man. He said, I made the list, man. Hey, salute, man. I've been trying so hard to make the list, man. I'm glad. That's like an honor now. It's like an honor, man. Look, FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. And we'll be back with more sports and news, man. Until then, it's FYF Sports, and we out.